formulate their recommendations from material covered in the last meeting. We invite the ESRC members, the applicant, and meeting attendees to share any additional comments prior to the development of the committee's recommendations. Don Huff with KIUC, will then provide an update and additional information on behalf of the licensee. Following the licensee presentation, we will then open the floor for the ESRC and public discussion and comments. And then lastly is item 4, which is adjournment. We have any questions at this point? I will move on to item 2, where we're going to move on with approval of meeting minutes. So we'll begin with item 2, approval of meeting minutes from December 18th, 2025. Do we have any discussion from ESRC members on these draft minutes?
I don't have the minutes are fine. I just want to point out that I said in there that I was hoping that we would have discussion after every staff presentation of these. And then in the current agenda, it has discussion at the end. So I'm not sure how easy it is to move things around, but I'm really hoping that we have always include opportunities for the ESRC to have discussion after the DOFAW presentation.
For sure. We can do that. So for the minutes here, if we have no discussion from anyone, we'll look and see if we have anything, public comments on meeting minutes from December 18th, 2025.
We have no comments on YouTube.
I don't see anything in the email.
Okay. So no comments, no public comments from email or YouTube. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll now take a vote. Will all committee members please have their cameras on so we can vote? And all in favor, say aye and keep your hand raised.
Aye.
We have okay. We have a motion passes unanimously. So those minutes are approved. So we'll begin on the approval of meeting minutes from January 6, 2026, which was our last meeting. Do we have any discussion from ESRC members on these meeting minutes? Seeing none. Are there any comments online, YouTube, or HCP email?
Nothing on email.
No public comments. So I'd like to make a motion to approve these meeting minutes for January 6, 2026. Do I have a second?
Again.
Okay. Thank you all. Draft Habitat Conservation Plan, chapters 4 through 8. DOFAW staff will provide a short presentation on their comments, on the comments collected from the previous meeting on December 18th and from the meeting on January 6, 2026. Please note, this is a discussion between the HCP staff and the committee members. The public will have an opportunity to comment after this discussion. Note, the committee may go into executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 Hawaii revised statutes to consult with its attorney on questions and issues related to the committee's powers, duties, privilege, and immunities and/or liabilities. Committee's powers, duties, privilege, and immunities and/or liabilities. So with that said, I'm going to move forward with our staff presentation. Jesse Adams, you have the mic.
Thank you, Jason. Forgive me, ESRC members. We're just going to be pulling up those recommendations or comments that came directly from our submittal. So I will be sharing the submittal with you today.
Hey, Jesse, as you're pulling it up, just open question to any staff who can answer. Where do I find the actual draft HCP? I was trying to look some things up, but I couldn't readily find it on the archive site.
Great question, Kavika. So it's within the same DOFA website, but you want to search for draft HCPs. It's on a separate draft HCPs website.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for bearing with me, everyone. So again, like Jason said, this is a dialogue between staff and ESRC members. This is because we're really trying to get these comments and recommendations formulated. So there are some KIUC action items. And I'd like to ask if KIUC could wait until committee members, myself and other HCP staff have worked through the list. And then we'll confirm these action items with KIUC. I appreciate your folks' understanding. So first ESRC comment we have is provide a track changes or redline version of all HCP documentation from the current draft. This is the second draft to the next iteration. KIUC responded that they will provide this. So we'll confirm with them after we have discussion. Number 2, apply the precautionary principle and use a more conservative estimate for AO reproductive success instead of 87.2%. Use a data set from the past 10 years, including an ENSO cycle, El Nino Southern Oscillation, instead of the current 3-year data set. In past meetings, KIUC has discussed their rationale for using the 3-year data set. The action item I have for ESRC members is to determine if this is reasonable or if this is a recommendation.
So I'm sorry, is there more this KIUC discussion that's referred to? Is that after our meeting or is that during our meeting?
This is Kavika, this was in past meetings. I believe this was actually the last meeting we had where KIUC discussed their rationale. Mark Travers read some testimony from Andre. I see we have Andre on today. So I just wanted to check in with the committee if they felt that KIUC's rationale was reasonable, or if they would like to move forwards, or if you folks would like to move forwards with the recommendation of applying the precautionary principle and using a more conservative estimate instead of the 87.2%.
Yeah, I think that's a recommendation,
Very good.
but we'll open to other opinions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just the wording of that action item is a little bit, it took me a bit to absorb. So basically you're asking us if what KIUC their rationale for the 3-year data set versus what we had discussed, which was the inclusion of an ENSO cycle and the precautionary principle. Okay.
So we're
So
going to mark. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Lisa.
do you want us to vote now, or are we just saying?
What we'll do is we'll go back over all these, I think,
Yes.
and vote on them. We're going to just go through these lists and just have a short discussion on each one of the items, and then we'll go back and just
Okay.
make sure we add them to our recommendation list. So
Okay.
this one will be added as far as I can see here at this point.
Unless there's any other discussion from committee members, I'll move on to number 3. So number 3 is the applicant should provide a table listing all demographic parameters used in the model and calculations, along with source citations for each. These should be checked for internal consistency throughout the document and appendices. Background is KIUC has indicated that this information is available in its annual reports. The action item for this recommendation or comment is KIUC to confirm, ESRC to determine if they need these documents now or in the revised version of the HCP, and then DOFA staff will upload these documents to the ESRC website.
So since we're asking KIUC to confirm, we'll come back to this, but we want to make sure that this is something that we would like them to address.
Yeah, I have a process question. So what's the difference between providing it now or putting it in the revised draft HCP? How does that impact our process?
Perhaps, Kavika, if you folks needed these documents to help with your current review, it might be beneficial to have them now. If this is just a comment about making sure that everything that's referenced in the HCP is publicly available, we would have them included in the revised version of the HCP.
Okay, yeah, I think that helps clear it up for me. Thank you. I think this was, if I remember correctly, Lindsay's issue, which I'm supportive of. Unfortunately, she's can't join until a little bit later. So I don't know. Maybe we could revisit it after she comes back.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was Lindsay had requested that information, so it would be good to get her input on when she would want to see that.
Noted. We will circle back when she logs on. Unless there's any other discussion, we'll move on to number 4. So number 4 is mitigation credits should correspond with the funding KIUC provides to the Save Our Shearwaters SOS program. This is especially advised for water birds, where offsets are connected to the rehabilitation and tracking of birds through the SOS program. I have this as with strike through. Seemed like through discussion in our previous meeting in January, a conclusion was reached regarding this comment, where a lot of the data that we were looking for, number of bird strikes and number of rehabilitated birds, would be included in KIUC's annual report. Therefore, it felt like we had a conclusion, but I do want to verify that with committee members.
I can't remember who brought that up, so it wasn't my issue, so I will defer to the rest of the committee.
Jesse, was the resolution related to the reporting of take, or I thought that the discussion was more related to, I guess, yeah, how the credits were being given for the SOS program and the funding, I guess the stability of the funding being provided to the program. Am I mixing this up with a different conversation?
Not at all, Karen.
Okay.
That was definitely part of the conversation. And I believe the background is KIUC provides operational funding for SOS to basically keep their doors open and make sure that they're able to do what they do. And for that reason, the accounting might be difficult.
I mean, we can come back to this one too, but
Sure.
there are annual reports provided to us each year that has this information. And what the issue was, what they're not included in as information to review to analyze the HCP. So so these documents are available, and we'll come back to this when we go to vote on these, but we did talk to the applicant. They do provide us the annual reports, and this information is available for folks to review.
And Jason, was the mechanism for us being able to share those annual reports, was it through the permitting that KIUC has?
Yep.
All right, I'll go ahead and move on to number 5 then. Number 5 is include language in the HCP that documents KIUC's cooperation and compliance with the agencies in all state and federal conservation actions. This is an action item for KIUC to confirm that language will be provided. So once we're done, we'll circle back around for KIUC to comment. However, if there are committee comments, happy to record those.
Move on.
All right, number 6. Consider off-island translocation of AO as an additional adaptive management step. As an additional adaptive management step can help protect the taxon from extinction in the event of a major stochastic event. And KIUC has requested more data from translocation projects on Kauai. Is there any discussion for this one?
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm following. So the recommendation was for off-island translocation, but KIUC is asking for on-island translocations. Is that correct?
In the past meeting, they commented they had some concerns about Nihoku and other translocation projects if the fledglings returned. And I believe that's the data that they were interested in.
Oh,
A lot
okay.
of data for those projects.
There currently are off-island translocation sites, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
I think this next one was.
It's related to that one. I mean, I don't think it wasn't a committee recommendation for them. I guess I think there was discussion. There was discussion with Lindsay about the consideration of that and then follow up. But I don't remember there being an ESRC like recommendation for them to like include off-island translocation, the HCP. Is that, I just want to make sure that's not what we're talking about a request from ESRC to add that to this HCP, because I don't think that we got there.
Karen, I think you're right. I think you folks had that discussion, but it was a discussion item, and I don't know that there was a final consensus from the committee members at that point. So would it be, I don't know if getting more data regarding the translocation projects would help inform committee members making a like more concrete recommendation or different options. But I don't know that we'd get there today.
Yeah.
From what I remember in the last meeting, I think this was kind of more attached to adaptive management measures. So if, a stochastic event happened, would the committee brought up like maybe it would be a good idea to have translocation as part of the adaptive management. And I think that's where that was. But we can.
I think, and I think that's something that the agencies can work with KIUC on, if that's an approach that the committee members want to take. But I think that exploring that can always be done under adaptive management.
Okay, we'll keep this on the table for right now, and when we come back to develop our recommendations, we'll decide if we want to request that to be something to review for, and or include in adaptive management if needed.
Move on to number 7. In our last meeting, in previous meetings, there was a question about whether 1,900 acres is insufficient to sustain the projected population. Kyle Pius presented some information regarding planar versus draped acreages. Planar would be flat, draped takes into account the topography. He did a real quick analysis, I believe it was for Honopu. It looked like, at least for that site, it was about a 20% increase in the acreage. So there could be potentially a 20% increase in acreage for all sites. There was discussion, but it didn't feel like the committee reached a firm decision, so opening it up to the committee for additional discussion and guidance.
Yeah, sorry, can you clarify which 1900 acres this was for? Because the entire project area is bigger than that.
Correct. This would be for the management sites.
So that's the cumulative, 1900 is the cumulative planar acreage for all the management sites. Is that correct?
Correct, for all the mitigation sites, yes.
Oh, shoots. Yeah, that is the question.
Jesse, the number is actually 1,981 acres. That's the total size of all 12 conservation sites.
Thank you, David.
And I think the discussion on this, right, was that, or when we discussed, when we were having this discussion, is that, and that if we get to the point where that's not sufficient area, like that there's so many birds that amount of acreage isn't sufficient, that would be an adaptive management piece. Is that correct?
That is correct, Karen. There was discussion of how once those, at least for the predator-proof fence sites, once they become saturated, that the birds would then spread outside of the fence sites potentially.
I thought I remember the question being whether or not this, or whatever the actual acreage is, whether or not those acres can even hold as many birds as would be needed to make everything work for the HCP. And that's at least how I remember it. And I don't remember that. I don't have it in my head that that's been answered. That is certainly a big question that I have.
Would it be worthwhile to have further discussion on it?
Yeah, so I'd like Lindsay to be here for that.
Yeah.
When Lindsay logs on. Moving on to number 8. Consider focusing more on predator control at the landscape level rather than establishing new social attraction sites or additional predator-proof fences. In past meetings, there was a discussion of possibly implementing this at Upper Manoa, that would specifically be our January meeting, as fences have not been built. The action item is ESRC to recommend whether a predator-proof fence or a predator control only alternative is suitable for this site.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought this discussion item was based on social attraction site versus a larger landscape level colony management rather than the same delineation of just predator control. And I wasn't completely following because I wasn't on the committee last month, but so maybe there can be discussion from some of the other committee members that were following. But that was my understanding of it.
A Lindsay question also.
Yeah, I was going to say, I recall Lindsay discussing a more recent kind of assessment of the social attraction sites. And I think it was kind of more discussion is needed on this. I don't know that we're ready to say you're going to do this over this. I think we need to understand a little better what the implications of that and some of the points that Lindsay brought up.
Very good. We will mark this for Lindsay as well. Moving on to number 9. Include comprehensive biosecurity protocols in the HCP and/or land access permits and agreements. Include language regarding little fire ants, LFA. Include a detailed invasive vegetation control plan that protects native plants. Include specific details to achieve this, such as funding and other resources. DOFA HCP staff have furnished KIUC with appropriate BMPs for invasive ants and rare plants. Additionally, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has provided updated BMPs to KIUC. And this is an action item for KIUC to confirm once we're done. But basically KIUC to confirm integration of these BMPs into the document. Moving on to number 10. The applicant should address habitat modifying plants in the proposed vegetation management plan, such as Himalayan ginger, mule's foot fern, strawberry guava, and other incipient invasive species. Background is the applicant will submit a vegetation management plan within 2 years of plan approval that addresses this comment.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that really concerns me about approving something with promises to figure it out later. I think these things should be figured out now. We've been doing this for 15 years already with this particular project, so I don't see why it can't be included, shouldn't be included. I think this should be a part of the draft.
Noted. Is there any additional discussion from members?
I would agree there's no reason it can't be in an appendix of the existing plan moving forward.
So it seems like this one's going to be a recommendation when we get there, so just highlight that.
Got it. Okay. Barring any other discussion, I'll move on to number 11. Number 11, if listed plant species could be affected by KIUC's conservation efforts, strict avoidance and minimization measures should be put in place to prevent any likely take of these species. If take cannot be avoided, plants should be considered covered species under this HCP. Background is the applicant will submit a vegetation management plan within 2 years of plan approval that addresses this comment.
Same comment as the last one.
So I'll just speak on behalf of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're required to do our biological opinion, our analysis, to ensure that there is no adverse effects to listed plant species. And part of that is to review the avoidance and minimization measures that go into the HCP and whatever associated documents there are. So from the Fish and Wildlife side, we are understanding that there will not be adverse effects to plants, and I don't know what the state process is to ensure that. But just so you folks know, on the federal side, we're anticipating that there won't be adverse effects to listed plant species from the project.
Again, I would just state that this shouldn't come 2 years after the approval. This should be integrated in.
Definitely would help with analysis of how the HCP is, managed. So, all right.
Okay. Moving on to number 12. Ensure that net benefit and net environmental benefit are clearly communicated and align with HRS 195D. Make a firm commitment to protecting ecosystems, especially for covered seabird species. KIUC has agreed to revise the draft HCP to address this comment.
Yep, moving on.
Very good. Moving on. Number 13, referring to the draft EIS, additional power line and lighting minimization options, options C and D, are included and should be considered. If feasible, the law requires KIUC to pursue these options. Action item for ESRC members. ESRC should decide whether this is a recommendation to the applicant.
Can I get clarity on, yeah, we're talking about the EIS. What brought up is C and D listed in the HCP too? Are they are these options C and D?
They might be briefly talked about in the HCP. This initially started as a comment from Dave Hinken that was picked up by an ESRC member.
Okay. Do we know who that was?
I think that was me.
Okay.
Yes, I think this can get addressed with contract revision, and we had an attorney testify that that's super simple. So it should be easy thing to do. So that's a recommendation from as far as I'm concerned.
But, Kavika, what do you mean by contract revision? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly about what this is about, there is one party owns the lights, one party manages the lights, and one party was saying they can't control what the management, how the lights are managed, they just own them. They have no control over management, and I pointed out that you can revise your contract, and applicant said they're not willing to do that. We had the attorney testify that such contract revisions are very standard and should not be a problem whatsoever.
If I don't I think the lighting minimization options are not just with this project, but are something that we should probably discuss further. I don't know that any single one applicant has the authority to do certain lighting without like state law or county law and other entities. I mean, I think that has to do with KIUC following those kinds of laws and regulations. So I don't know if can we defer this as a recommendation to have further discussion on it?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Maybe we can at some point get Danica involved in that conversation. I'm not sure what's the proper venue for her to weigh in on if we have to go into executive session or not, but she's an attorney, she's our attorney. It'd be good to get her opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, if we could defer, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, this is Danica. Jason, if you just want to make a note that at a future ESRC meeting, you could agendize a more general topic that includes something more specific like this about ESRC's, sorry, I'm thinking on the fly. Something about street lighting in the various counties and particularly in the context of the KIUC HCP, what, if anything, the ESRC's duties, roles, responsibilities are. Does that sound coherent?
Yeah, Danica, I think it would be super helpful for us to be able to look at all the different county ordinances on lighting and understand the differences and what that means. And then as I understand it, there may be a bill this legislative session addressing dark skies as well.
Yeah, and then also any agreement between KIUC and the Kauai County should be public information as they're a county. So if it's about their lighting, that agreement should be public and we should be able to find it. I don't have it now, and I don't think it's part of KIUC's draft HCP. So again, I would need that for another meeting. We could talk more generally in an executive session if you want, but I just don't have the specifics for the KIUC and County of Kauai agreement right now.
Okay, well, I think at the very least, would it be, I guess this question's for you, Danica, if it'd be appropriate to have that contract included in an appendix? At the very least?
Yes, you could request that. Yeah, you can make that request that it's included as an appendix to the HCP.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if I have support for that from the committee, but I think at the very least, it should be readily accessible for us and future people reading these things. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, Danica, you're suggesting we pick it up, revisit this at a future meeting when it's agendized?
Yes, and the agenda item can be more generally to get an understanding of the different county ordinances, as well as a more specific subset applicable to KIUC's lighting agreement, if we're able to get a copy of that.
Okay. And then whose homework is it to pull all that together, yours or somebody else's?
I think that will be me in conjunction with the HCP team. So the HCP team will put together a submittal to go before you guys, your board packet, but of course I'll help them and, check the citation, I'll help them. I'll work with them on that. And,
okay, great. That would be very helpful for this and future HCPs.
Jason, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna hop off. Michelle Bogardus for Fish and Wildlife is here now.
Okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi all. Sorry.
Aloha, Michelle. If you can just introduce yourself to everyone, please.
Hi all. I'm Michelle Bogardus, sitting in for Fish and Wildlife Service. Good to see you, and sorry for being late this morning.
Thank you. We do see also that there are some hands up, and we'll get to everyone as soon as we're finished going through this list. And yeah, thank you.
All right, moving along to number 14. Minimization.
Oh, sorry, Jesse, just want to note, there's a hand up in the Zoom, but I think we're saying that we're doing committee comments only right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Number 14, minimization to the extent practicable has not been achieved and should not be assumed to be complete over the 50-year permit period. Part A, convert KIUC lights to emit less than 2% blue light. This is practical and technology is available. B, motion sensors should also be utilized. This can be applied to streetlights in remote areas. Background, a discussion was held on this topic, and KIUC emphasized that it will collaborate with state and county to explore implementation. Action item for ESRC members. ESRC should decide whether this is a recommendation to the applicant.
Is this kind of similar to the question that we had before? So
Wasn't line with
Yeah.
that.
So they need to be combined.
yep.
Noted.
Yeah, and I think in general, the HCP is supposed to minimize to the maximum extent practicable. And yeah, we recommend things, they need to either do it or not and explain why it's not practicable.
Yep.
Can I just go back to the 2% real quick? I just want to note here that I know that this has been a recommendation from others in the past, the 2% blue light. This has been a recommendation for others in the past. I just want to note that from our office, we don't have this as a recommendation coming out of our office because there's not a lot of data on this. We tend to recommend things that we know work. So things like motion sensors, removing lights, reducing light wattage, shielding lights, things that have measurable that we can really show have documented reductions in take of birds. The reason why I'm a little bit cautious on this is that there has not been a lot of work that shows that this is going to have a measurable reduction in take for our seabirds in Hawaii. And about, I don't know, I can't remember if this was 10 or 15 years ago, there was some publications coming out of Europe that indicated that green light was potentially going to be more beneficial or reduce impacts to seabirds. So everyone kind of went on the green light ban train, and that actually had fairly detrimental effects. It's a little hard to tell the numbers here, but my point being is that until we have good data on the 2% blue light, that is not a recommendation that we have been giving out of our office, and I'm a little hesitant to do so. I understand that that there could be benefits and that others have been recommending this, and I don't want to dissuade that. I just want to be really clear about why that is not a recommendation that we've been putting out. And I do tend to lean more towards those things where we know that we're going to have measurable benefits.
There any additional comments from ESRC members? Okay, moving on to number 15. Include percentages for the starting and ending conservation of the total metapopulation derived from table 5-8. I believe in the last meeting in January, some of this data was presented. But would you folks like to see that in the HCP or have continued discussion on that topic?
Sorry, I think that's pretty straightforward. Is there a need to discuss it?
Nope, we can make this as a recommendation as when we develop our list.
Yes, please.
Michelle, just going back one item there about the 2% blue light. Do you guys have information? I mean, I've read many of articles explaining that this reduction does help. Maybe you can help point us in a direction that we can have some literature or something showing that it's not something you recommend and the reasons why, just to help us going forward, because we have lots of other HCPs that we're asking for these kind of things. And I think it would be good that, yeah, that we're kind of following the same recommendations as we go forward. And I remember this at, yeah, a couple other HCP discussions. I just wanted to make that statement.
Yeah, of course, Jason. And we had our CBER teams do like a full literature review, especially after Hannah Moon's dissertation publication came out a couple of, I want to say it was within the last year, because that was kind of what we were really hoping was going to shed more light on this. I can send you what we've got.
Thank you.
So that raises a process question for me. I think Fish and Wildlife has expressed on several of these that they wouldn't be willing to support this recommendation or that recommendation. So I'm imagining when we get to the end of this, maybe the easiest thing to do would be a blanket recommendation, but sounding like that we'd have to do them one by one and vote accordingly. Is that how you folks are seeing it on your end, DOFAW?
I think so, one by one, just so we can, yeah, so we can have discussion on each one before we approve, but if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining. So I'm glad we're on the same page. Thank you.
Moving on, number 16. Adaptive management steps should include language like implement alongside the current wording. Step 1 should specify the language that supports the immediate implementation of adaptive management measures. This should include timelines for plans to address issues to be implemented by the next breeding season or earlier.
Yes.
Yes.
From that. So we'll now move on, unless there's further discussion. We'll move on to the DAR and University of Hawaii staff and public comments. So number 17. There is a lack of high-quality demographic data for both Oahu and A'o. Therefore, using the upper bound in the stable model to authorize the maximum take request for these species does not follow the precautionary principle. KIUC should pursue a moderate take request combined with enhanced monitoring to verify model projections. Take requests should only be increased once population projections are more certain. We had some discussion about this, but no resolution was reached. Action item for ESRC members. ESRC should clarify whether this is a recommendation to the applicant.
I would like to see that a recommendation to the applicant.
I would agree.
Noted. Is there any additional discussion from ESRC members? Okay, moving on to number 18. DAR, Department of Aquatic Resources, or sorry, Division of Aquatic Resources, requests that if sea turtle take increases to more than one nest per year, adaptive management measures listed in Table 6.2, specifically Conservation Measure 6, would stipulate a minimum of 2 years to begin changing streetlights, wavelength, color, or shielding, or combination thereof. If an agreement is reached with the county and state on practicable lighting minimization, KIUC will install practicable lighting minimization techniques within a time frame agreed upon by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DOFAW, and Division of Aquatic Resources. Consistent with section 4.4.6.1, identify and install practicable lighting minimization techniques.
Yes, please.
Yes, and this is related to the couple other recommendations that were listed earlier.
Noted. So there's additional comments. We'll move on to number 19. Number 19. Division of Aquatic Resources requests that KIUC provide additional mitigation and adaptive management strategies for sea turtles, including rescuing adult sea turtles from stranding, line entanglement, and boat strikes by transporting them to a rehabilitation facility.
This was kind of adding to net recovery benefit, or adding to, yeah.
Correct, because
Yeah.
we could be protecting female sea turtles.
What is I can't remember what the existing mitigation is.
They're just doing the shielding and
Nest searches.
nest searches.
So is there only one tier of mitigation, or are we looking at multiple tiers?
There's,
I mean, adaptive management.
I believe there's only one tier of mitigation, Kavika.
So it seems a reasonable second tier, maybe, but open to hearing other committee members' thoughts.
What would the mechanism be for, what is the suggestion of how this would work?
Well, you mean the trigger?
Well, how would KIUC be involved in doing rescues from lion entanglement?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I was kind of wondering that myself, but maybe there could be something like, I mean, there's a SOS-like program for turtles, maybe supporting such a program.
Does HMAR work? Is HMAR just on Oahu?
HMAR works with turtles, yes.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were on Kauai too.
I am not sure.
And I would ask, does some of this have a jurisdictional shift from being U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to NOAA when the turtles are out in the water?
Yeah.
It does, and I
Yes.
think HMAR has that relationship too with NOAA. But this is something we can do a little bit more research and maybe follow up with folks, because I don't think we have all the answers here. Although providing some additional level of being able to implement something like this would definitely make the HCP a stronger document when it comes to sea turtles. So I would like to learn more about how something like this could happen.
When we transition to the public comment portion for these items, I do see that we have Jenna from Division of Aquatic Resources on. Perhaps she could provide us more information.
I believe since she's a DLNR employee, we can ask her to weigh in now, not wait till the public comment.
I'm fine with that. Do you want to call for her if she's here?
Would you guys like me to weigh in?
Oh, there you go. Aloha, Jenna. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jenna Budke. I work for Division of Aquatic Resources. I'm the current turtle response coordinator for Kauai. So I deal with entanglements on land, and I'm also permitted under the Fish and Wildlife permit to do the work I do. I also do nesting work on the whole island. So I'm the lady on the ground checking nests and all that kind of stuff. So I think one way we think this could work is just by supporting the work that is already going on. We already do disentanglements, and we already ship our injured sea turtles to Maui, the Ocean Center, and places on Oahu for rehab. So yeah, I think we can also discuss it more, but I think it is a possibility for sure.
Jenna, sorry, are you only on Kauai?
Yeah, I'm on Kauai. Yep.
And to clarify, when you mean support, are you thinking of this kind of similar to an SOS model, perhaps, where there's some additional funding to support these activities through the HCP?
Yeah, I was looking at the SOS model, and I thought it looked, it's really awesome. So if there were funds to support the work that we're already doing, that would be very possible.
While we have Jenna, gosh, is anybody else hearing that feedback?
Yeah, I'm going to turn my microphone off and just see what happens and start talking, and I'll let you know.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Hey, Jenna, while we have you, I just wanted to quickly, Jason, would you mind, or Jesse, would you mind scrolling back to 18 too, so that we can see both of those together? So real quick on number 18, if sea turtle take increases then more than one nest per year, then I just want to note here that they would need to amend their permit, right? That is not, so that's not where adaptive management kicks in. That's where their take is greater than that which is in their permit, right? I think my question to you on number 19 here, Jenna, is like you've looked at what they have as mitigation for sea turtles right now. Are you recommending that this is in addition to what they have for mitigation for sea turtles right now, or is it in lieu of?
I believe it's an addition because the only thing that we've been reading is that they will do lighting changes, not lighting changes, that they'll do nest shielding. That's their only mitigation currently. And we feel there should be a second level.
So somebody's going to have to correct me here because I don't have the document open in front of me, but my understanding is that they're doing it. They've got these few beaches where they've got KIUC streetlights, and they are doing it for those specific locations as part of their minimization, as in minimizing the extent or effect of KIUC's take, right? But then they're also doing it on the other beaches where they don't have light sources, and that's mitigation. As in they're doing that as a means of offsetting the impacts of their take by doing something good somewhere else. So I do think that this probably needs to be a little bit of a deeper dive. I'm certainly supportive of whatever DAR recommends here, but I think I've got a question on whether or not this is in addition to or in lieu of, and which of those two things DAR is prioritizing as higher importance.
Yeah, and I think we could have like a separate discussion and kind of dive deeper into it with the rest of my DAR coworkers as well and all my higher ups. But
awesome. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you guys.
So what does that mean for process as far as we're concerned? What's the next step, and who's Kuliana is it?
So just a quick, sorry to answer a clarifying question with a clarifying question. But if Jenna, if you're going to be bringing folks from the division with you, we're going to have this conversation. Is this something that the ESRC would like to see agendized? Is this a conversation that we're having outside with just the agencies and we report out to the committee? What would the committee like to do?
I think the latter is fine, given how many meetings we already have on the calendar and how much things we have to get through. Personal opinion.
Okay, so we agencies would be outside and then we would do a report out.
And maybe report and recommendations based on that for the committee to consider.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless we...
Sorry, Michelle, do you feel like you folks need to be intimately involved in that, or not really? Or do we need to loop in Noah for that matter?
Honestly, that's a good question. We'll be involved regardless. Like I said, I'm supportive of whatever DAR's recommending. I just want to make sure that we've got clarity on what that is, and again, the relative importance of which of these things is rising to the top, or is it a combination of the two? I'm good with the plan.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, ESRC members. Moving on to our final comments. Number 20. The Upper Limahuli Preserve is a key component of the HCP. Please continue working with NTBG to ensure this site remains protected.
I'm not sure. I mean, as worded, it's a little I'm not sure that's the right wording because it's not KIUC's Kuleana to take care of NTBG's property. I think we're speaking specifically about seabird populations, which are a substantial portion of the meta population. And I agree that KIUC should work it out and make sure this is a site moving forward. I don't see how any HCP could be viable without it.
Okay, so we'll reword this when we develop the recommendations for this one.
Right. Thank you, committee members and everyone. That completes our list. We did have some discussion potentially from David Hinken. Should we perhaps check in with him and then we can verify some of these things with KIUC that we needed verification on?
Yep, that's fine. So we had David, are you still here? You had your hand up earlier.
I'm
feel free-
here and my hand is up.
Aloha, how are you today? Thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here. Really appreciate the work of the ESRC and in particular on your hard work on the KIUC HCP, which has been going on for a long time. I wanted to touch on issues related to the lighting minimization measures. And so first of all, there was a question about, I think, Jason, maybe you asked the question about alternatives C and D and whether they were reflected in the draft HCP. To my knowledge, they are not. They are, those alternatives C and D are in the draft environmental impact statement that was put out in conjunction with the draft HCP. They list respectively additional take minimization measures in alternative C and additional take mitigation measures in alternative D. And our comment back in December was these had been determined to be practicable by the agencies. KIUC had not weighed in on that. And our comment was that if they are practicable, they are required under both state and federal law, maximum extent practicable. And so that just to clarify that. One of the recommendations for lighting minimization in alternative C to the HCP is dimming of lights. And that is certainly something that is practicable on the island of Maui. Pursuant to a settlement agreement that Earthjustice secured in a HCP lawsuit, the county of Maui dims all of their LED streetlights using a device I believe called a dimulator. They dim them by, I believe it's 15%, which is consistent with the recommendation in Alternative C. They do it during the fledging season. They've been doing that since, I forget if it's 2019 or 2020. Certainly is practicable to do. I would note that in the draft HCP, KIUC evaluated dimming for the lighting at its facilities and found that it would be extraordinarily effective in reducing seabird attraction. The correct reference that's on 4-56, page 4-56 of the HCP, which if you're looking at the PDF, that would be PDF page 193. And their conclusion was that dimming, they talk about something dimming that they did, and they found that you went from between 4 and 10 grounded shearwaters annually to a total of 5 over a 2020 to 2023 period. So substantial benefits from dimming. And so we strongly urge the ESRC to recommend that not just the facility lights, but that the street lights be dimmed. It is practicable, and there is, as Michelle Bogardus commented, reducing the wattage, dimming, that type of thing is certainly has demonstrated benefits. More generally, with respect, we made comments in December that we urged the ESRC to make its recommendations regarding blue light content and motion detectors on streetlights in remote areas. Again, Michelle Bogardis just said that motion sensors, where you turn the lights off when they're not needed, has documented advantages. With respect to the 2%, no more than 2% low blue light, there's a bunch of issues I think that have come up in this conversation so far today. The first goes to the science, and I'm not a scientist, so I defer to those who are. But as Jason noted, there is a lot of published, peer-reviewed science to indicate that getting rid of the short wavelength light is beneficial, and that is also listed in the KIUC draft HCP on page 5-9, which is PDF page 248. I note that one study that they do not include there was a study, Urmston 2022. I can provide that to the committee if they don't have it, but it's one that's commonly talked about. And this was a study that was done on Oahu. Fortuitously, it's very often difficult to do in the field studies of changes of lighting spectrum because it's very hard to control. But in this case, there was an ongoing research on downed seabirds. It was wedge-tailed seabirds, but they are from the same family as the seabirds we're talking about here. And as shearwaters, they're believed to have similar responses to artificial light as the seabirds that we're talking about here. Newells in particular is known, as noted in the KIUC HCP, to be known to be sensitive to short wavelength light. And so in Urmston 2022, again, they were studying wedge-tailed shearwaters coming down in Waimanalo, and during this time, the Department of Transportation went from unshielded high-pressure sodium lights, which are warm in color, they're 2200 Kelvin, to 3000 to 4000 Kelvin bright white LEDs. However, those were fully shielded. So you went from unshielded high-pressure sodium to fully shielded bright white LEDs. The study doesn't tell us what the blue light content was of the lights, but from work that I've done on Maui, I think high-pressure sodium is just high-pressure sodium, and it's around 8 or 9% blue light, so it's much higher than the 2% that the studies recommend. And the LEDs at 3,000 to 4,000 Kelvin are undoubtedly similar to the ones on Maui that I'm working with, which are around 15% blue light. And this is an important study that I think the ESRC should look at, because the assumption was, well, if we go from a high pressure sodium to a bright white light, we expect take to go up. What they found was that take did not go up, but it also didn't go down. And what I think that is important takeaway from this study is there have been other studies that show that fully shielding a light, a street light, results in a 40% decrease in fallout. So you went from unshielded lower blue light lights to fully shielded higher blue light lights, and there was no change in the fallout. There should have been a reduction in fallout from the shielding. There wasn't, because they went to a bright white light. So that study, in our view, supports the notion that you should be fully shielding. That should result in a 40% reduction, but you don't get that because you went to a bright white light instead of a low blue light, low blue light. And again, the HPS lights that were replaced were not below 2%. They were probably in the 8 to 9% range. So in terms of the precautionary principle, all of the studies that are out there indicate that reducing the blue light content will be beneficial. There are no studies, including Hannah Moon's dissertation, that suggest that lowering the blue light content will be harmful. And I've worked closely with Hannah Moon. She's an expert in one of my cases right now, and I've confirmed this with her. Her study just says that in terms of not the behavioral response of seabirds, but the physiological response of their eyes, she's not sure that there's a different physiological response. But we know that there's a huge behavioral response. And I would suggest for the committee's consideration, it's the behavioral response that's the most important, because we know that over 90, in some cases close to 100% of the fallout is fledglings, not adults. So the behavior changes, not the biology. There's still, I don't believe there's any research to suggest that their eyes and their perception of color change from fledging from the nest to when they return later as adults. And so there's a lot of peer-reviewed science that says the behavior is different when you've got higher blue light content. So again, not a scientist here, but I've read the scientific literature, and there are scientists on this call who can speak to this. The scientific literature supports having low blue light as the precautionary approach, rather than hardwiring in a 50 or HCP that would give them the, forgive the expression, green light, to having very high blue light content lights, 3000K lights forever.
David, sorry to interrupt, but I have a few questions before you get too deep. So altering behavior, to me, that counts as a take.
Yes. Yes, under the Endangered Species Act, the mechanism by which an endangered or threatened species is harmed doesn't matter. It's that they are harmed. That's the definition of take. And there's no question that grounding these seabirds causes harm, usually mortality, unless they're recovered. So yes, that we don't, doesn't have to be because of you don't need to, like, we could spend years and years trying to figure out the answer to the question of why seabirds are attracted to artificial lights, and in particular, why the evidence shows that the higher the blue light content, the more they are harmed. Again, Hannah Moon's dissertation, I've talked with Hannah about it a lot, looked at the physiological response within their eye, not the behavioral response, about which she has no opinion. And there are other seabird biologists who have very strong opinions, some of whom I know Jay Penniman I saw on this call, I think. But I'm sorry, did you have another question?
So that's a sufficient answer. And then I had another question about the, I think it was brought up earlier that there may be some county ordinance issues with switching out light bulbs. You have anything to say on that?
Oh, quite a bit. And thank you. I was going to get to that. So the next thing is there's this whole issue about whether or not, and forgive me, the lights in the room that I'm in right now are flickering. That's not bothering you as much as it's bothering me. Anyhow, there's a couple of different things. As far as the lighting ordinance, I'm not aware of any lighting ordinance in the county of Kauai that speaks to the light spectrum or whether dimming or any of these things with respect to their street lights. Some of the counties have ordinances. Maui County has one, Hawaii County has one. But right now we're talking about Kauai County. And I have had a number of discussions since the December meeting of this committee with Deputy Corporation Counsel for the County of Kauai about this specific issue, because you may recall at the December meeting, KIUC represented that they did not have the contractual ability to change the blue light content of the lights or dimming or motion sensors or anything. That because they were under a contract with the county and with the Department of Transportation. At that meeting, I asked if they had ever asked them if they minded if those things were changed. My understanding was they had not. So I've had a number of conversations with both the County of Kauai and the Department of Transportation about this issue. The most recent one was on Wednesday, and Dawn was at the meeting, so we were all there. There is no contract. There is no contract that defines what kind of light they have, how it's operated. There is no contract. At least we asked about it. And I had corporation counsel from a deputy corporation counsel from the county of Kauai. They were not aware of any contract. We had deputy attorney general representing the Department of Transportation, as well as the head of the highways division. They're not aware of any contract. We talked about whether there was something about the PUC approvals that they need to, for their tariffs that they charge to the county or the Department of Transportation for operation of the street lights. And according to the attorney for KIUC who was on the call, Laura Liu, she said, nope, there's nothing. So we talked about this, and it is our hope that there is no contractual limitation. There is no County of Kauai code that would preclude the implementation of seabird-friendly streetlights. We did talk about whether there was any type of a safety consideration, because I think that would be a consideration. If for some reason a low blue light streetlight were unsafe, then that may factor into practicability. But as I think I discussed in December, and I certainly have discussed since then with the County of Kauai, the Department of Transportation, and KIUC, on the Big Island, they have had below 2% streetlights since 2011. I'm not aware of any evidence that there is a safety issue for having those streetlights, and I am currently involved in litigation against the County of Maui on this issue, and so I have engaged experts, and there are no national standards about color rendering index, CRI, which is what would be affected by an amber colored or low blue light. There are none. There are no national standards. But the national standards say that when you have ecological concerns, those should be taken into consideration in lighting your roadways. There are also many states, there's also national guidance that says on roadways of 30 miles per hour or less, you don't need streetlights at all because you have headlights. I would suggest that on the island of Kauai, many of the roadways that we're talking about where they have streetlights are not high-speed roads. The state of Louisiana they don't require streetlights on their interstate highways where the speed limit is 80 miles per hour. They say that individual localities can put in streetlights if they want to, but they cannot be LED. They have to be, one of the options is high pressure sodium, which as mentioned, has much lower blue light content and has a color rendering index of around 30. A bright white LED has a color rendering index of 70, and there are manufactured LEDs with low blue light, so less than 2%, that have a color rendering index of 50, so higher than the high pressure sodium lights that lighted most of our roadways in the state of Hawaii before people started swapping them out for these bright white LEDs. So there is no safety issue. There are no national standards. There are no state standards. There are no county standards. There are no contracts. It is practicable. And unless and until the applicant comes up with its burden of proof that it is not practicable for some real reason to do low blue light, which again, the only science out there says would be helpful. And a couple of scientists say, we don't know if it would be helpful, but no one's saying it would be harmful. No one. We urge the committee to make the recommendation. If the applicant can come back and prove that it is not practicable for some real reason, then sure, revisit that. But when it comes, so the streetlights should be dimmed, which they've admitted is beneficial. The ones in remote areas should be on motion sensors, so they're not burning all night when no one is around to need them. And they should be low blue light. That's our testimony.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
So based on what we just heard from this public testimony, I'd be inclined to make that recommendation. I'd further like to express that I'm very concerned that if this testimony is accurate, that there is no contract, and that the applicant presented before us saying that they couldn't do it because of contractual obligations, that this means that the applicant is not communicating in good faith with this committee. And I'm deeply concerned about that.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to, but I do not want to suggest any bad faith. That was not the intent of my testimony. I think that on the call that I participated in on Wednesday, KIUC, the Department of Transportation, the county were all participating in good faith, and were exploring whether their assumptions about whether there were any limitations or changes that could be made were grounded in fact. So I don't want to suggest that anything that was represented at the December meeting was done in bad faith. I believe I've worked with Dawn over many years, and I think that she said what she believed to be the case. My takeaway from Wednesday's meeting and my prior, so we got together, all the parties got together on Wednesday. Prior to that, I had one-on-one conversations with the Department of Transportation's attorney and the County of Kauai, and no one was aware of any reason why that couldn't be explored.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yeah, anyway, so I just wanted to clarify that because
Thank
I didn't
you.
want to suggest that.
I'm glad you clarified you're not suggesting it. Nonetheless, I'm still concerned that, you know, in the previous meeting or the meeting before that, we were told that there are contractual obligations preventing this recommendation. And if there are none, then where would this statement come from? Is it just being made up? So at some point, I would like to hear from the applicant. Maybe they can clarify what the situation is, but I'm deeply concerned.
Okay, I just want to recognize that another ESRC member just came into the meeting. Lindsay, if you can just introduce yourself, and then we'll continue to move forward here, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Lindsay Young, member at large. There's no one else in the room with me, and apologies for not being able to join at the start time. Looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Lindsay. We're gonna go ahead and pivot to other folks. I think David had his hand up and may want to provide some response to some of the questions that we've been going over. So I think at this time we can just move to KIUC and they can provide some insight to some of the questions that we had just recently. David, do you still have your hand up?
I do, yeah. Thanks, Jason. And I'm David Zippin again with ICF. Good to see everybody and good to be here. I did want to respond to the discussion we just had about blue light, but I think there's also be helpful to discuss KIUC's kind of clarification on some of the comments that Jesse went over this morning. Not all of them, but just a handful of them. So I'm not sure what order you'd prefer to do that. We could go through them. Again, not all of them, but just a few that I think would benefit from some clarification. And then that can also clarify the ESRC's recommendation, perhaps.
That's fine, David. That sounds reasonable.
David, would you like to, for the action items where we asked for KIUC confirmation, do you just want to run through that list and then you can provide clarification as we go through the list?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. For the first one, yeah, I think we do confirm that we can provide to the ESRC a track change version of the final HCP that compares the final to the August 2025 draft.
Perfect. We'll move on to number 3. This is the table with the demographic parameters and also the citations. And we had bookmarked this one for Lindsay, just to check in with her. And now that she's on, maybe we can get some clarification from Lindsay, and then we can move on to KIUC's confirmation. So Lindsay, this is the number 3. I have it up on the screen. The applicant should provide a table listing all demographic parameters used in the model and calculations, along with source citations for each. These should be checked for internal consistency throughout the document and appendices. We're asking action item from ESRC is to determine if committee members need these documents now to evaluate the HCP, or if they would just like to see them in the revised version of the HCP.
Yeah, so those items are needed to accurately evaluate the HCP. So whether you choose to provide them now or in the final version, I guess kind of determines whether or not additional comments come out of that may or may not need to be addressed. And so I would recommend that the earlier that those can be provided along with publicly available sourcing documents for those so that we can evaluate where those numbers came from and the science behind them, the earlier those are provided, the faster this moves so that we can accurately evaluate the science behind it. And yes, a lot of those are available in annual reports. They're extremely difficult to dig up. So if we are asking the public as well as the ESRC to evaluate those, it needs to be in something that's readily accessible and to make sure that those are publicly available documents.
Very good, Lindsay. Thank you. So we'll turn now to KIUC for confirmation. We potentially are going to amend number 3, like Lindsay said, to have this information readily available. So perhaps something where you folks pull this information out of the annual reports, and then we can definitely host that on our website to make it publicly available.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe to clarify, certainly what we intend to do is provide a full administrative record of citations and sources for the final HCP, and we can provide clearer tables in that final HCP of the demographic parameters used in the population dynamics model. A lot of that information is in the document already, but it is spread amongst several places. But we can also talk with DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife about what could be done to provide some of that information perhaps sooner.
ESRC members, is that sufficient, and does that address your concerns?
As long as everything, we can evaluate the background science behind where the demographic parameter came from. So that means if you're citing a report, that report has to be available for the public and the ESRC to actually evaluate it, then that's fine.
Is that agreeable, David?
Yes.
And as I stated before, David, as we move through this, please send any documentation to me, and we can be sure to host that so it is publicly available.
Great.
Jesse, I think, with your last comment asking if the applicant's agreeable, I don't know that we're at that stage. We're supposed to be making recommendations.
Apologies. Okay. We will move on to number 5. This was include language in the HCP that documents KIUC's cooperation and compliance with agencies and all state and federal conservation actions. The action item is for KIUC to confirm that language will be provided.
Yes, and we can confirm that we'll provide, working with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA, provide language added to the final HCP that acknowledges the agency's role in determining recovery actions and implementing those actions separate from the HCP. And that language will include KIUC's coordination with the agencies on those recovery actions that they may implement.
David, I think using the word cooperation is really important in this because working with and coordinating are two different things compared to cooperating. So I think using the word cooperation would be better in this aspect.
Okay.
Do we have any additional discussion on this? If not, I'll move on to the next comment. Moving on to number 6. We wanted to circle back on this. So that is considering the off-island translocation of AO. The background is KIUC has requested more data from translocation projects. I believe we also wanted to talk more about some wording on this and do a deeper dive.
Yeah, and I don't think this comment is, as I recall it, at least from last time. What we've done since the last meeting is KIUC has explored with the Upper Manoa Valley landowner the option of not building the predator exclusion fence and not conducting the social attraction there. However, the landowner has made it very clear that he strongly supports the construction of the predator exclusion fence on his site and the use of social attraction there.
Hey, David, sorry,
yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt. We were on number 6 where we're talking about the off-island translocation. I don't know if you're maybe going to get to that. This wasn't referencing a different comment about Upper Manoa.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, except that I think we just talked about the translocation language.
Yeah, I didn't hear any mention of translocation. So yeah, considering off-island translocation, we just, this was a discussion that happened in our last meeting, and I think you guys requested additional data that points to ongoing translocation projects that may help inform how you develop maybe an adaptive management measure or something.
Sorry, I'll jump in here just to clarify. Any data that we can receive is always helpful and beneficial, but I don't think this represents our response to the translocation discussion, which is we can't include translocation as an adaptive management step without rewriting the biological goals and objectives for the HCP. All of our biological goals and metrics are tied to populations on Kauai at the conservation sites. So translocation to an off-island location would not meet the biological goals and objectives or metrics in the HCP as they're currently written. We understood in the last meeting and in previous discussions with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFA that the agencies may adopt translocation as a type of recovery action, and they may choose to take birds from KIUC conservation sites to support those recovery actions. And in that case, KIUC would not have a say, yes or no, whether those birds are taken from KIUC sites. That would not be part of the HCP. It would be a separate action outside of the HCP. So we view 6, 5, and 6 as the same. We are happy to include language in the HCP that acknowledges the agency's ability to approve and implement recovery projects that involve translocation, that may include taking birds from KIUC conservation sites. We cannot adopt translocation as a conservation action, even in adaptive management, without rewriting the biological goals and objectives. And that's a pretty big undertaking and a very long delay.
That provided a little bit more clarity for me, especially if, there is a large event that happens and the state has to be triggered into doing something with a specific colony to continue protecting the species. So, your explanation, if there's language in the HCP that kind of points to a DOFAW doing some sort of conservation translocation project due to something happening to the colony, like a stochastic event, I'd be comfortable with language like that in the HCP rather than having this listed as, some sort. We don't want you to have to rewrite your biological goals. There may be something that we do have to dip into that through conversations here. But of course, we want you guys to get a permit for this. And so is the more we can do to kind of push towards that, the better. But I agree. Well, I'm okay with what you just stated, Dawn, and for language like that being into the HCP, and I would consider I would be okay with that language for this number 6 and number 5. And I'll leave it to the rest of the ESRC to discuss that.
I think as long as it's clear that there's an option, then I'm comfortable with that. I don't necessarily agree with the justification. I think the whole idea is if you can't meet the biological objectives and you're going into adaptive management, but that's a semantic argument. As long as there's space within there for an entity to conduct off-island translocations, then that preserves the recovery and viability of the species independent of the HCP. And that was the intent of that comment.
Okay. I think we are all okay with that at this point.
Very good. Now that you're here with us, Lindsay, committee members wanted to.
I'm sorry, did we go through all the?
We didn't go through all the KIUCs.
Let's do that first, and then we'll go back.
All right. So we're going to move on to number 9. These are the comprehensive biosecurity protocols.
Jesse, I think we didn't quite cover number 8. I skipped ahead mistakenly. So I want to be sure now that Lindsay's here that this one is clear as well.
Thank you, David. So we're going to look at number 8 now. But again, this kind of falls in. This is more of a ESRC discussion. I know David has some thoughts from Rick area and whatnot. Should we?
Well, since we're all here, and we can go ahead and discuss this and see if we can figure out if it's going to be a recommendation or not.
Okay, very good. All right, so number 8, consider focusing more on predator control at the landscape level rather than establishing new social attraction sites or additional predator-proof fences. There was a discussion of possibly implementing this at Upper Manoa, as this is the only site that doesn't have fences under construction or built already.
And if we can, let's just start with ESRC member first, and then we'll go with KIUC.
Okay, so the point that I was making here is the gain in reproductive success values that was stated in the HCP from, I think, 87% to 89% reproductive success. And this ties back to the previous comments of being able to evaluate the underlying science behind those demographic parameters that we already discussed, as well as whether we choose the precautionary principle, which ESRC is advocating for, of taking the midline, not the best case scenario that's been realized the last 3 years. It seemed like marginal value to build that in light of all of the biosecurity, potential damage to native plants, and that landscape level predator control arguably is going to achieve a comparable objective in a shorter period of time, because the benefits are almost immediate as opposed to the delay in social attraction, and that from the applicant's perspective, it seemed more cost effective. So those are our recommendations, but ultimately the biological objective is going to be comparable for each of those. You just have more risk associated, more risk and cost with the predator fence as opposed to not.
And maybe just to quickly repeat, as I was saying earlier, KIUC did talk to the landowner in Upper Manoa Valley about not building the fence there and not conducting social attraction, but he was very adamant that that occur. It is actually a condition of the land access agreement with the landowner, which is already executed. And so KIUC does believe that the social attraction will be very effective. And adaptive management is designed to address a situation where it may be somewhat less effective than we expect. And we do have early warning signals built in to the program to detect that and respond to it.
I think also Andre, go for it, Andre. I think he was having trouble finding the raise hand option.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, morning, everyone. I was raising my hand like this because I couldn't figure out where the little yellow hand thing went. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to speak to the social attraction elements of the project. So we have currently Pauakea and Honopu, which are two social attraction sites that are running. They've just finished their 4th year. And obviously they're part of the HCP. And from those sites, we're seeing that the social attraction for both, for AO, because they're directed at AO, is clearly working. Pauakea, we now have 7 natural burrows inside the social attraction site, which we didn't have before. We fledged 1 AO and 1 Ua'u from that site last year, which is ahead of schedule. And in Honopu, we're seeing the same thing. We have 8 artificial nest boxes now with activity in them, birds entering the nest boxes and creating nest cups and pairing up. So, really excited to see what this year is going to bring. So social attraction clearly works. The idea with these other sites, so Limahulis is half built, and Upper Manoa it has the lines have been already drawn and walked and planned. The idea with these is twofold. Firstly, you create, because I know everyone's always been talking about the importance of predator-proof fences, and part of the issue that we found over the years with protecting these birds is that large-scale predator-proof fences in these areas is just not viable because of the terrain. So the concept was to create smaller pocket fences inside some of these sites to provide added protection to the birds, which is what everyone agreed on, Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW, and so that's where the plan went. So we know
ESRC, did we agree to that?
Sorry, Kavika, I didn't catch that.
Did ESR? I don't remember ESRC agreeing to that when you said everybody.
I said Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW.
Yeah, but not ESRC.
Yeah. No. I couldn't speak for you, Kavika, or ESRC. I'm just talking about Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW. And so the concept with the Manoa one is to have, firstly, as is already planned in the HCP, this sort of Upper Manoa-wide predator control operations occurring. And those are happening already. And then on top of that, you have the social attraction site that is in one portion of the area, which is two sort of sections of the site, one of which has birds breeding in already and one of which does not. And so the idea would be to bring birds into the site to give them added levels of protection while also conducting predator control across the rest of the site to protect the birds outside of the Upper Manoa social attraction site. The benefits of social attraction to a predator-proof fence are that firstly, you're bringing birds in from outside Upper Manoa entirely, places like the lower Hanakapiai Valley adjacent to it. But secondly, if there's periods of time where we can't do management actions, like for example, perish the thought, another COVID epidemic, then at least those birds there would be safe, even if predator control did not occur throughout the rest of the site for months on end, which would be a major problem. Also with predator control, although we know that predator control is effective, and we've clearly seen this over the years. I mean, you look at all these sites and their reproductive success rates have gone up through predator control and call rates have gone up. Number of birds being killed is going down. We still do have birds being killed in predator control areas. And I think one of the most concerning things within these predator control sites, if there's no platinum level protection like a predator-proof fence, is things like catastrophes where you get a cat that comes in a short period of time and wipes out a lot of birds. So having a predator-proof fence at this site just gives it that extra level of protection for what would be a concentrated group of birds. I think one of the things that's, if we look at across the Hawaiian Islands with predator-proof fencing, one of the things that's come up is larger fences are potentially problematic because they're harder to maintain. You get things like erosion, catastrophic weather events, which would cause fences going down, meaning that predators get in and they're harder to remove. The idea of having smaller fences kind of helps to work towards preventing that, right? Because you've got a smaller area, a smaller fence line, easier to manage and maintain and easier to eradicate predators if they get back in. So yeah, I mean, this is part of the management tools, and it's ones that we've all worked on over the years. We know they're effective, and you know, I would say there's a massive conservation benefit to having these sites in place, while also you know, nodding towards the fact that it's not the be all and end all, clearly, and that's why KIUC has these much larger scale predator control projects that incorporate landscape level protection across all of the management sites.
Yeah, Andre, thank you for that. I'm familiar with all the projects. And to be clear, we're not talking about any large scale fencing, but I think something that you brought up in the event of COVID and access sites are not able to be managed, if that rationale is being applied to small predator fences as a plus, is that risk also being incorporated then into your predator control plan as a whole for the bigger areas?
I think that would be a question for KIUC.
We only have one experience of that. Kyle's probably the best person to speak to this, but we only have the experience of COVID to speak to that. And the teams actually were able to get to the site on a relatively frequent basis. Kyle, you can fill in the details there. There were a few lapses, but they were not long term. And I do think we consider that types of events that would prevent access to the sites. Those are considered in changed circumstances and talked about in changed circumstances, where a delay to the site may lead to either predator incursion or increased seabird mortality due to predator incursion because of fence breaches at the social attraction sites. David Zippin, you can say more about the changed circumstances.
Yeah, that's correct. And probably the most likely cause of that would be a landslide. So that is considered as a changed circumstance where a fence could be damaged as well as make access more difficult for some time. So we have addressed that in the plan.
Yeah, I was more talking about the opposite, since not having access to your larger predator control areas was just listed as a benefit to having a predator exclusion fence. So it seems like you can argue that point either way, depending on what management technique. But in totality, the risks and costs to implementing that seem to outweigh the benefits.
I guess, Lindsay, I would respectfully disagree with you there. You know, the benefits I think we're going to see over time. You know, high concentrations of birds that would not be able to exist outside of predatory fences, right? Like we know that these birds, all of these species can breed in close proximity to each other in high densities, but we are not likely to realize those in areas where there's open borders. Whereas in protected areas where you have a fully enclosed border, you can realize these high densities and you're less likely to have in a short period of time, a catastrophe. So let's say we're talking about COVID here and how that didn't actually really stop management teams from getting up into the valleys. Even with predator control ongoing on an annual basis, we do unfortunately still see from time to time these catastrophes. So we do see a cat that'll get into an area and slaughter a whole bunch of birds in a couple of weeks, despite the best effort of the predator control teams who are there as often as they can possibly be, but these sites are really remote. So these fences provide a barrier to that and reduce those impacts significantly. And then because they're being checked with regularity, like probably every other week, we can quickly assess fence breaches and deal with those effectively. So I think they should be viewed in the concept of the whole of the management structure within each site, where you've got this large-scale predator control ongoing in a site, which is effective, but is not going to stop all mammalian predators from going and killing birds. It's effective, but it's probably the most important thing we're doing out there because it's covering such a large area and a large group of birds. But then within each of these areas, or at least within 4 of them, you have these small, much more protected areas where you have birds in really high density, where their reproductive success are pretty assured because they're not going to be hit by cats. Their eggs and chicks are not going to be taken out by rats, which continue to persist in low levels within more open predator control sites.
I think I just want to add here, I mean, I think we could debate the merits, the pros and the cons of the fence and the social attraction at Upper Manoa, I think, for a long time. And Lindsay, we considered your comment. We took it seriously. We did investigate it. And I think where we are is the landowner really wants to see this happen, and not constructing the fence and doing social attraction site at Upper Manoa jeopardizes our relationship and agreement with the landowner. It is an item that's specifically identified in our agreement with the landowner to include Upper Manoa as part of the HCP. So at this point, we need to include it to honor our agreement with the landowner and to honor his desire for conservation actions to happen on the land. I can see all of the downsides you're talking about. You know, we do go to great lengths to avoid impacts to plants, listed plants specifically, and existing seabird burrows. When we do our surveys on the fence line prior to construction, we do everything we can to minimize the impact of fence construction. But I get it is an impact. But at this point, based on the data we have and the guidance that we've received from Andre and the agreement with the landowner, we feel like we need to include this fence as part of the HCP at Upper Manoa, but it's a very small portion of the site. So the majority of the site is being handled through landscape predator control.
Thank you, Dawn. That means a lot right there. And Andre, thank you for sharing too, because when I think of landscape predator control, I think, you know, doing those types of activities can be more beneficial than having a small predator-proof fence, but having both And, you having this landscape predator control, that's providing this connectivity to different colonies, and you can, detect hotspots and jump to those and react a little bit more to apply more pressure where, anyways, but knowing that the two components are working together, landscape predator control with a predator-proof fence, um, I, you know, I think that works. But looking at, diving into understanding some of the things that Lindsay was saying earlier, actually landscape predator control is probably more beneficial than just having a fence in one spot, because of many reasons. And this, there's multiple colonies being getting a benefit rather than just one. So seeing that both activities are happening at the same time around a site, to me, makes me feel a little bit, uh, I I don't have any worries on that. So for me, Upper Manoa, I mean, it is a private landowner that owns that land. They're asking that these are the things that they want to happen on their land in order to have this agreement together. So, um, I think the details are kind of right there, but we should know that there are multiple layers of um, management happening on the landscape there, and having both the landscape predator control and a predator-proof fence, I think can work.
Yeah, Jason, there are some legal complexities here that I'm not sure how to navigate regarding, this stated, that this fence is hinged to their agreement with the landowner. That in addition to my previously expressed concerns that this applicant is not communicating in good faith with this committee, and related concerns that this committee is not functioning in accordance with 195D-25. I make a motion that we go into executive session to confer with our attorney about the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the ESRC according to statutory law.
I will second that.
Okay, we're gonna do a vote to move into executive session, and do I have a motion? I'm sorry, we already have a motion.
You have a second from Lindsay.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move into executive session. We'll be back on this link here in just a moment. I'm sorry, I just need to take a vote real quick before we go do that. Just please show hands for those want to move into executive session. Okay. We got 4, 5. All right. 5 folks, we're moving into executive session. We'll be back in just a moment. Aloha, everyone. Just coming back on. We're just waiting for everyone to pop back over. Okay, so just real quick, we had to we went into executive session pursuant to 92-5A4 Hawaii Revised Statute to consult with our Deputy Attorney Danica on questions related to committee's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. And we are now back to continue our ESRC meeting here. And there was a couple things that we were going over, and one of the things, first I'm going to let the committee share some thoughts, and we can decide where we're going to go from here. But I wanted, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just gathering my thoughts real quick. We're going to make a decision whether we're going to continue to go through our recommendations, but first, I think we have someone that would like, one of the committee members that would like to make a recommendation from the ESRC, and then we can reconvene right after that to decide to continue to go forward with the rest of our review of recommendations.
Yeah, thank you. So Kavika Winter here, ESRC member. After reviewing the current draft HCP, I have concluded that this draft HCP is untenable. The proposed take levels therein of more than 9,000 endangered seabirds per year raises substantial concerns regarding compliance with the net benefit standards under HRS 195D-21 and 195D-30, particularly when coupled with a 50-year permit term that introduces significant scientific, ecological, and management uncertainty for these long-lived and highly vulnerable seabird species. Based on this, and in accordance with HRS 195D-21 through 195D-23, including the statutory requirements that an incidental take license be supported by a habitat conservation plan that minimizes and mitigates impacts to the maximum extent practicable, and in accordance with HRS 195D-30, which states the project's overall impact results in a net benefit to the affected species, I recommend that the applicant revise and resubmit the draft habitat conservation plan. I further recommend this revised draft HCP be based on substantially lower take levels that will allow the applicant to achieve net benefit within a permit term of less than 30 years at most. Furthermore, this revised HCP should be consistent with adaptive management principles as well as the best available scientific information. The committee should additionally provide all further ESRC recommendations necessary to ensure that a 30-year HCP is biologically defensible, enforceable, and capable of achieving true net benefit to the covered seabird species during the duration of the incidental take authorization. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavika. So with that said, I just want to make a statement first, and then we can continue forward. Right now, we're reviewing a document that's 50 years, has a 50-year term, and a certain level of take in there. And so my question to the ESRC is, do we want to continue reviewing a 50-year plan and go through recommendations? I would really like to hear the applicant's response to our questions and comments that we had earlier that we were going over already. It may inform us into some of the questions, to other questions that we have with the rest of the document. And so so my question to the ESRC is, with this recommendation that was put forward by Kavika, which is directed to development or revision, a certain revision to the current document to 30 years and lower take, do we want to continue addressing questions for the longer permit term and the higher take numbers? I'm just kind of putting that out there for the committee members and would like to know how they would like to move forward with that. I think it would be beneficial to hear from the applicant for their response to our questions that we've had already.
Jason, I would second that. I think the questions that we have stand regardless of the length of the document.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to hear from the applicant the responses to some of the things, the issues that have been brought up.
Okay, so with that said, oh, yeah, it's 12:34. No one's eaten lunch yet. I don't know if we want to continue pushing forward here. I'm okay with that. Or if we want to take a half an hour to do some things and get a sandwich in or something real quick.
I'm fine either way.
You're fine either way. I'm fine either way. Lindsay, Karen, I know we have limited time for some people, so I want to try to get through as much as we can. And I don't mind watching you guys eat a sandwich on camera. Okay. Okay. I don't hear anything, so I think we're gonna keep going. So Jesse, we're gonna continue where we left off.
I believe we're on number 8.
Number 8.
We have some testimony from the landowner. Would you like me to read that now?
Yeah, we can do that before we start. We did receive some testimony from one of the landowners, which we're going to just read their testimony out loud, and then we'll continue on with number 8.
Excuse me. So this testimony is from Rick Berry. He says, "Aloha members of the Endangered Species Recovery Committee. My name is Rick Berry, and I am the landowner of the area where KIUC's Upper Manoa Valley Conservation Site is located. KIUC has been funding seabird conservation in Upper Manoa since 2016. The work that ARC and HALEX have done at Upper Manoa has gone a long way towards protecting Newell's shearwater and better understanding this special species. For many years, I've wanted Upper Manoa to be an area designated for the protection of seabirds, and I support Upper Manoa being included in KIUC's HCP. The construction of the predator exclusion fence and implementation of social attraction at Upper Manoa Valley is an important part of seabird conservation, and I want to see it happen. Upper Manoa is located along a major flyway. Drawing birds along that flyway that may go to otherwise unprotected sites will significantly benefit the species. KIUC's commitment to constructing a fence at Upper Manoa and conducting social attraction are foundational components of my agreement with KIUC to include Upper Manoa in the HCP. I am anxious to see the HCP be finalized so we can move forwards with all the conservation efforts that will benefit Newell's. I hope you will consider my testimony in your deliberations. Thank you for your time. Mahalo, Rick Berry."
Thank you for that, Jesse.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So barring any additional discussion on number 8, we can move on. So we're gonna before we left, just to verify, Jason, we're tackling the ones that we want KIUC confirmation on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're asking them, like, confirming that this is something that they'll make an amendment or addition to make updates to the HCP. It's not asking for their approval. It's more finding out, is this going to happen or not?
Gotcha.
I think, yeah.
Perfect. All right, so we're gonna move on to number 9. Number 9 dealt with comprehensive biosecurity protocols in the HCP and/or land access permits and agreements. Committee was looking for language regarding little fire ants, a detailed invasive vegetation control plan that protects native plants, and then specific details required to achieve this, such as funding and other resources. As a reminder, DOFA staff have furnished KIUC with appropriate BMPs for invasive ants. This BMP was produced by Hawaii Ant Lab, and for rare plants. This is done in consultation with the state botanist. Additionally, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has provided updated BMPs to KIUC. So the action item for KIUC is to confirm integration of these BMPs into the document.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, we did receive these BMPs from DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We're in the process right now of reviewing them and consolidating them, comparing them also to what we've already drafted in the HCP. And we don't anticipate any issues, but we just want to make sure that the BMPs are logistically feasible and they don't conflict with any other obligations we already have in the HCP. So barring any issues, we can certainly agree to this. And if we do see any conflicts, we'll raise those with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service and work them out.
Jesse and Jason, I just need to add an additional statement here. Because of the allegations made prior to the executive session and the statements made by Kavika after the executive session, KIUC is uncomfortable proceeding and requests a recess. We would like to consult with our legal counsel and have them present at a future, a rescheduled future meeting.
Okay. Yeah, so we might have to go back into executive session again to consult with our attorney on this. You guys are, free to leave if you guys want right now. But what we're gonna just take a moment and consult with our attorney with regarding that statement. And we will be right.
Jason,
Oh,
was
yeah.
it just about the statement of whether their counsel can come or not? Or was there another question I missed?
Actually two. One for that, and then two, I wanted to consult with you about if we're going to be ending this meeting because of the statement.
Okay. Yeah, we can consult about that. As for their attorney is always welcome to attend. This is a public meeting. If their attorney wants to email me, I'm not hard to find. I wouldn't mind touching base with them. I've been curious about who KIUC's counsel was on this for a while, so that's always welcome. Yeah, and then if you want to go into executive session, I'm available for that as well.
Okay, do we need to go into executive session to for us to understand that we can end the meeting right now today?
No. You
okay.
You could take, if you didn't finish public testimony, you could finish public testimony. I don't know if there's any other testifiers who wanted to testify about something, so I don't want you guys to preclude that if there's any public testifiers, but other than that, no, you don't need to complete an agenda item to end
Okay,
a meeting.
well, I'm gonna then just move forward with public testimony, and then we'll end the meeting if the applicants is going to depart and not continue with the review of our past recommendations. So I'm going to.
Sorry,
Jason, I did want to add the ESRC, if the applicant decides to leave, that's fine. The ESRC could continue to discuss in this meeting, though, if they had further things they wanted to discuss in the sunshine meeting. So, but I do recommend taking public testimony if there is any.
Okay, so we'll do that now, and then we'll take a look on email and
Nothing on
YouTube.
Oh, David Hankins sent the study, so we can send that and post it on our website as well.
Okay. So we did receive one email regarding some background on some research from David Hankin, and we will add that to our testimony. Yep. Okay, and no other testimony. So with that said,
does anyone want to testify on Zoom?
Yeah, do we have any other folks that would like to testify on Zoom? And I'm going to search for hands here. And I do not see any. So with that said, ESRC members, do you guys want to continue? And I will let the applicant, if they haven't left already, they're still here. So ESRC, do you guys would we like to continue to go forward and move through the rest of our recommendations today or not?
Yeah, I think we have some things to discuss.
Okay. All right. We'll move forward with the ESRC members, and Don and David, feel free to stick around if you like. If not, we're going to continue.
Thanks, Jason. I think we'll stay on, but we won't be responding until we've had a chance to consult with legal counsel.
All right. Thank you very much.
In a weird bit of irony, we don't have any more action items for KIUC that were identified. And based on what Don has just said, we did have some items that we did want to circle back on, because we wanted to make sure to include Lindsay in these conversations. So we talked about number 3, which was speaking to documents being made publicly available, demographic parameters, things like that. Is there any more discussion on number 4? This was regarding the mitigation credits for the SOS program. We had talked about perhaps the difficulty for accounting, how a lot of the take and the number of birds released by SOS would be included in annual reports. So there would be this communication of data through that avenue. Is there any additional comments? Sorry, I need to put that back up on screen. I apologize. Jason? Okay, so that should be coming up for you folks right now. Yes, so is there any additional things that we wanted, that the committee wanted to discuss for number 4?
Yep, I think we're okay here.
Okay. All right, so then we can circle back to the off-island translocation as adaptive management. So this would be number 6. There's me.
Right, we went over this already. Yeah, number 6 is done.
6 is done. Number 7. This was a question regarding the acreage of the mitigation sites. As David pointed out, it's 1,981 acres, to be exact. And the question is that insufficient to sustain the projected population? We had discussion with Kyle Pius from Helix, who spoke to planer versus draped acres. He did that analysis, I believe, for the Honopu site in the last meeting. Discovered it was maybe a 20% increase when you take into account draped acres. And by draped, I mean, looking at the full topography of the landscape versus planer, which is just a flat analysis. So is there any additional conversation? I know Lindsay had made some comments in the previous meeting about this.
I have nothing additional to add from what was discussed at the previous meeting.
So wait, was the correct planer acreage 1981 or 1989?
81.
Okay, so 20% above that is 2,377. I had a question for you, Lindsay, if that seemed like a sufficient acreage to achieve the population numbers that are needed for this.
Yeah, so let's assume, again, the previous statement that kind of point is the maximum density you're going to expect, where there's a burrow almost every meter or so in some areas. A similar acreage would hold 575,000 pairs at max density, which is 950,000 birds, and that's less than what they're proposing. And that's just with not draped acreage with planer. So I think it should be fine. I hope they get up to that point, but it would be on the high side of things, but I don't think it's insufficient.
Good.
When we're done here, we're gonna bring up the recommendation slide and develop that too, just as a note.
Did committee members have any additional discussion regarding new social attraction sites, predator-proof fences in reference to Upper Manoa, number 8?
Nope. I think we're good there because we had Andre and everybody else share their 2 cents.
Okay. Moving to number 10, Kavika is in agreement with this, but some comments were voiced regarding the timeline for the vegetation management plan in general, the 2-year timeline. There were requests to have this made available now and to incorporate that into the current HCP draft.
Sorry, Jesse, it's a little hard to hear you and my volume's at 100. Can you please project towards the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Kavika. So we're looking at number 10, and we had discussion on that. One of the main things with it was the 2-year timeline for KIUC to produce this vegetation management plan, and that you folks potentially wanted to see this sooner, perhaps included in the HCP document.
Yeah, I thought we discussed this already.
Yep, we did. And we discussed number 11 too. I think Jesse is just giving everyone a chance. Maybe Lindsay wasn't in the room when we went over this. I'm not sure, but
okay. Makes
but
sense.
we did 10 and 11. We both want, we'll set up the recommendations for that.
Looks like 12 is already done. We talked about 13 and 14. I think we're about wrapped up. We just
Yeah,
need to...
I think that's it. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and we've gone through everything already. Sorry, guys, we went over that twice there. So we're going to get our recommendation slide going here.
Can I just clarify something? These are recommendations on our meeting from last time, right, in January. So if we feel like there's additional items to add to this, like when does that come? After another meeting with KIUC, or because as I recall, we weren't, I don't.
I can explain a little bit. We had 2 meetings so far, and we've developed recommendations in both meetings. In the last meeting, we were trying to finish going through your recommendations from the first meeting, and we were addressing and developing recommendations in the second meeting. We didn't finish. So what we did was got all those recommendations lined up here for you guys, and provided responses that we got from the applicant and or things that we wanted them to do, requesting them to do or recommending them to do, and things that we've talked about and maybe erased that are not here. Some like the SOS one we kind of all agreed upon. So we're just trying to finalize our list of recommendations for the last few meetings. And we're not done with the HCP yet. There's still multiple chapters that we're to review. And so we'll be developing recommendations for those two today, if that's possible. If we're going to have to do those recommendations in the next meeting, we can do that. But right now we're going through the January, December recommendations and getting those to where we can approve those right now. And then we can work on developing additional recommendations for the future chapters 6 through 8.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Can you make this a little bit
A
bigger?
little bit bigger.
And Jesse, on the ones that KIUC did confirm, let's just note that they said that they'll either make the adjustment or amendment or.
I don't think number 6 is right? I mean, when we were talking about these different things, that's in relation to the number 5. Yes, it's like that KIUC confirmed that they basically would cooperate with, include language to cooperate if translocation is considered by the state agencies, right?
Yep.
So I don't think, I guess in my opinion, number 6 is a strike through, but I don't know what others think on that.
Yeah, we can remove that. We can remove 6. Thank you, Karen.
Added language to number 5, just to make it a little more specific to include translocation projects.
Yeah. If the state or folks want to conduct continued conservation projects, then, and if it's translocation, then we can do that.
Number 8.
Number 8.
8 is a strike through potentially.
Yeah, I think this is a strike through. Is that the end of the list?
Nope. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Comprehensive biosecurity protocols. And
Can you say confirmed and where is this going to go? Okay.
this one we wanted to receive this plan sooner, so I feel like we need to adjust the language for it.
Yeah, so number 10, we're requesting that we get a vegetation management plan as part of the HCP. Similar to how other HCPs are developed.
For that one, the NTBG folks should have a vegetative management plan for the Upper Limahuli Preserve. Seems like that would be a good template for all other sites. So maybe that should be the recommendation. As far as I can tell, they're the best ones at managing vegetation.
Mayfield from NTBG has her hand up.
Hi, Janet.
Yeah, hi.
Go ahead.
Is it okay if I make a comment? I'm sorry, I don't know the protocol, so
That's fine. We can do that right now.
Okay. Just to say that we are the Upper Limahuli Preserve is certainly a very important part of the HCP, and we are still in negotiations with KIUC, and we do expect to be a part of this HCP. We have no reason right now to think that we would not. And I would agree with Kavika that I think that certainly our management plan as part of a template to be able to talk about the vegetation in other spaces would be exemplary. I mean, we don't. Uma and Lei could speak more to that, particularly Uma, but this has been something that has been ongoing for many, many, many years. So Kavika was a part of it, and Chipper, and so I do think it would be a great template. And we will be part of this HCP eventually. We just need to finish our negotiations with KIUC, and a lot of that has to do with the things that you have talked about, which is a positive net environmental impact. That's one of the things that we're very adamant about. That's all.
Thank you, Janet.
Yeah, thank you, Janet. If you could get Umar or Lei to submit the vegetative management plan for Upper Limahuli to the DOFAW email, that would be useful to have in our minutes, and there can be so everybody's on the same page what the gold standard is for vegetative management in these Upper Valley colonies. Thank you.
I will request that. I think they're listening in on this right now on YouTube, so I think that they've probably heard that. Thanks, Kvika.
All of you.
I'm sorry, did she just say that?
I'm not sure who said that.
Mute.
10, much like 10, we would like to see the vegetation management management plan included in the HCP. Okay, we're on number 12.
Number 12.
Okay. Uh, 13 and 14. Let's deal with the lighting.
this is where we're gonna look into the different islands and how they regulate this. And so this is something that the ESRC homework.
Committee members, is this captured in number 13?
Are we on mute?
Earlier on, we heard some commotion in the background, and some people cussing or swearing. And if we hear that, you're going to be removed from this meeting. So keep yourself on mute if you have something to say and it's not nice. Thank you.
Sorry, folks. Are we good with number 13? This would be addressing the old number 13, which was the comments about the draft EIS. In addition to number 14, we were going to try to meld those into one comment. And it sounded like the committee wanted to look at lighting ordinances throughout the state, but bring it back to KIUC and specifically focus on KIUC as well.
So are you proposing to remove 14 then, or when you're saying combine them, is that, sorry, is that what you?
Please speak to the mic. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
All right, Kavika. So committee was thinking that it would be perhaps appropriate to combine numbers, the old number 13, which starts with referring to the draft EIS. My cursor's there, along with number 14, and there was discussion about reviewing lighting ordinances throughout the state and bringing it, back to KIUC, back to the topic at hand, and specifically focusing on KIUC as well.
Yeah, yes, yeah. For me, I would like to understand better what, the practicalities of further minimization from for lighting.
So are we looking at 13 or 14 or both? I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Apologies, Kavika. So we're actually crafting a new comment, and just calling it comment 13 for the moment. And then we would strike through the old comment 13 and comment 14, unless you folks feel that those need to be separate comments.
Oh, okay. So where your cursor is the new language?
Yes, correct.
I just want to reiterate here that NEPA is a different process than the development of an HCP. What is in a range of alternatives for an HCP is different than what's in a range of alternatives for NEPA because of the way the statutes are written. I really struggle, and I don't necessarily want to dive into this, but I really struggle with the assertion here that because something is identified in options C and D of a NEPA, that they should be considered. I think there's just a lot of different pieces on that. I think that if you want to make this cleaner, then you would say simply that ESRC recommends additional power line and lighting minimization be included. But trying to tie it back to NEPA, then what is in the NEPA alternatives is making it really complicated about what the purpose of those NEPA alternatives are versus what the purpose of the HCP alternatives are, or what is feasible for the purposes of including in the HCP.
Thanks for that, Michelle. This is Danica, Deputy AG. I just wanted to say I think this is a great point of this is a great opportunity for DOFA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife solicitors, and ESRC's council to have a meeting outside of this to discuss, I think KIUC needs counsel on what the purpose of the NEPA document is and how that interplays with HEPA. So that's a conversation they should have with their counsel, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife solicitor might want to weigh in as well. I can have that meeting, but yeah, that's kind of a complex legal question that I think KIUC's attorney should really be brought in on.
Thanks, Danica.
Okay, so the complex legal issues aside, we're supposed to be making recommendations for them. We need to bring these numbers down, to take numbers down. So anything that's feasible, that's practicable, I think needs to be on the table and a part of our recommendations. So, but I just wanted to say that.
Then I think that the cleanest way of saying that, Kavika, would be to say something along the lines of ESRC recommends additional lighting or power line minimization, or identification of additional lighting and power line minimization that is feasible.
Probably better to say practicable.
Great.
I mean, are you okay with that for now, Danica? That other NEPA HEPA issue aside?
Yes. And I think KIUC is smart enough to infer that you guys have seen the measures identified in the NEPA document and you guys like those. So if they want to take that, they can. If not, they can come up with something else. But yes, that's sufficient.
Okay, so ESRC members, I believe I've captured this in number 14. If we could just look at that real quick, please. There's two 14s. The 14 by my cursor, sorry.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Next question, because this feels, and Jason kind of commented this could be an ESRC homework item. But since we often do have recommendations for both the applicant and for staff and whatnot, do we want number 13, where my cursor is now, speaking to an agenda item in future committee meetings? Would we still like to have that? And then that is just an ESRC recommendation for ESRC and staff to work on, or are we no longer comfortable with that?
No, I would still like to see that, and we've done it before to make recommendations for staff to follow up with. It doesn't necessarily be exclusive to the applicant.
just gonna note that in bold. Okay. So since we've combined the old 13 and 14 into the new 14, I'm going to go ahead and strike through these other comments. Very good. Moving on next to number 17. I believe we had support for this, so just to check the wording on 17.
Where's your cursor? 17. Okay, now I see it. Sorry, it's really small.
Starting and ending conservation of the total. I don't think I totally understand understand that. In percentages for the starting and ending conservation.
I think this was
Sorry, can somebody help me understand what numbers are we're talking about there? I mean, I'm looking at table 5-8 and I can't quite figure out what we're asking for there.
Karen, this was perhaps in relation to conservation sites. The percentage that the conservation sites are of the total meta population.
Yeah, I think that's what the comment was related to, is what at the beginning, what percent of the population was in conservation sites to start, and then once they achieve the objective, what percentage are in there at the end.
Okay, thank you. That.
That's gracious.
So what percentage of the total population is within conservation sites at the starting and end of?
I'm gonna help, right?
Total population of the species is within the conservation sites. Is that? Okay. Is with. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Are we okay with the wording as is?
I agree with the wording.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. Sorry, before you made it bigger, I was kind of rereading some of the last ones. And I cut something on 14. Could you go back to that one, please?
We definitely can. Okay.
Wait. I think that lighting or power line should be lighting and power line, I think.
Lighting and power line.
Lighting and power line.
And, you know, Jesse, I don't know, I spent a lot of time in the last meeting really struggling with the models. And I feel like, I don't know if this is the right place, but maximizing minimization on the power lines and the lighting, but also a discussion of like the take number, and trying to recognizing that the take estimates are being drawn from a model that shows the stable population versus the worst case scenario where, you know, the net benefit is being drawn off of that. And I really feel like I don't know where to express this in these bullet points, that we need to potentially have a look at running those take estimates at a midline between those two.
That, yeah, as you lower the take request, yeah, you'll have to choose. You're gonna you're gonna choose a different area in the model to see where your
Right.
lines are. Yeah.
Yeah, and that should go hand in hand with being able to do more, being able to maximize your minimization. So with the power and the lights, I think so they're kind of together, seem to go together to me.
There you go. Yeah, that captures it.
So we have a number 15, kind of speaking to that. Do we want to have that as a standalone, or do we want to see that grouped in with any of these other ones?
I would have it as a standalone. Review models and develop a middle road, scenario. Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what that means, but is that addressing the issue Lisa just brought up?
Yeah, that does address what she was just speaking about.
Because, well, I think part of the problem is they use one model when the numbers work in their favor, and then as soon as that model's numbers don't work in their favor, they go with a different model. So I think they should pick a single model.
Yeah, one of the models addressing take, the other one's yeah. So this was a comment on one of the models.
Yeah, I don't know. That seemed Lindsay's was more had her brain wrapped around this more than I did. Do you have any comments, Lindsay?
I mean, I felt not necessarily equipped to evaluate the take model until we understand where all the data come from. That was kind of what I was getting at with wanting to know where all of these things were. But in general, I think middle of the road for both the take and the offset are the way to go because it accounts for variability in either direction. If you take your highest value, there's nowhere to go but down, and that's not a good place to be in for something like this.
Okay, maybe we could be a little bit more specific on what we mean by middle road. I think that can be interpreted widely. Do you want to put that in statistical terms, maybe? Or
And think of the statistical terms right now. I would say the midpoint. So there's going to be a low, medium, and high estimate. So the midpoint of what the model is considering.
Yeah, I
don't
think
exact language that the HCP referred to, but there was something in there that they used. Sorry, Lisa, you were about to say something.
yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is that there's got to be a midpoint run of the modeling scenario that would help us see that the take estimates hopefully could come down, because as they are right now on that best case scenario, it just seems like a blank check for take.
How does everybody feel about number 15? Trying to capture that for you folks in number 15.
Just for context, I would say that we have, like, there has been conversation in the past about trying to develop something along those lines. The challenge was trying to find something that was legally defensible. I just don't have my notes in front of me to try and dig into it deeper. I understand the intent of the comment though. And I think ESRC, like, I think both the agencies and ESRC have tried to recommend doing something like that in the past. It's pretty complicated though. So again, just context.
Yeah, I think it's just hard when there's been a 2-year interval when the ESRC hasn't been able to have conversations along the way to understand how these are developed. So I recognize that you guys have had a lot of conversations in the interim, which is great. I'm glad that the agencies have been informing those. But keeping in mind that those of us on the committee that aren't bound by an agency don't have that background context. So we're just trying to understand with the information that's been given.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And that's completely fair, Lindsay. And I'm not implying that somehow ESRC members should know that or should be aligned with whatever the agencies have recommended by any means. I'm mostly just sharing that so that everyone's aware that this has been an ongoing topic of discussion, and that while makes sense on paper, trying to develop a midpoint scenario that is also sound is more complicated than it's just complicated.
If there's no further discussion, we'll move on with crafting
Wait.
recommend.
Sorry, for 14, sorry, keep going back, keep like reading it over and over again. I think, I mean, we've talked as a committee about some low-hanging fruit in this regard. So I don't know that we recommend additional identification. I mean, can we just recommend that they follow the things we've already suggested? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure we have. I was definitely thinking about it in my head in the last couple meetings, but does anybody else remember that we suggested a few things? If not, I think it's worthwhile us, instead of putting the ball back in their court, I think a bunch of us have a few things in our minds already that we can suggest. Like making sure all of the high, what do you call them? The high, medium, low, high likelihood of being hit. The high and the mediums seems like all of them should have avoidance on them, that kind of thing. Does anybody else remember already talking about ideas for this? It was just me in my head. That happens too.
I don't recall specifics that we discussed, but
Okay, but do you have anything in your head? So it doesn't have to be so nebulous for the applicant. Oh, Lindsay, you got to have something.
I wasn't actually there for these conversations, so I don't have the background for this particular one.
Oh, it's easy. Just, do you have any recommendations for minimizing take on power lines and lights instead of just saying identify some other options? Do you have any ones that you have in your head?
Not at the moment, no.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I think at least all medium, minimizing all medium, high and medium risk spans. And then I'm just wondering if there should be, you know, number 14 is all about minimization. I'm wondering if we should have a mirrored recommendation for mitigation, or are we feeling like that's not necessary?
Can you rephrase that? Could be
So
kind
number
of
14 is all about minimization of take. I'm wondering if we need to have a mirrored thing about exploring other ways of mitigating. Or I don't know. I might need to eat lunch, actually.
Well, number 14 recommends additional lighting and power line minimization that is to the most extent practicable. And then we talk about those things where it relates to mitigation. That's where I guess I don't understand how you're pairing the two here. One
Well,
is
because I mean, looking at the language of 195D, we're supposed to minimize and mitigate, right, to the maximum extent practicable. So I'm just pointing out that we need to be thinking about both, not just minimization.
I see. And I guess in the development of their plans for their mitigation, they're showing that it's to the most extent practicable for what they're taking, right? And I guess how you digest that. But I get what you're saying. And so I wish I was wearing the right pair of glasses today. Is there the bigger screen?
Yeah, and I'm gonna go camera off so I can eat something very quickly, but I'm still here.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can write that into a recommendation. I mean, we can just copy straight from 195D. I know.
I mean, I guess it would, right? The plan includes a lot of mitigation options. And so I mean, I guess I'm not clear. It seems like on the minimization side, we're indicating that it seems that there's minimization options that are not being pursued. And so those should be considered again. But I don't know. I don't know how to make that parallel on the mitigation side unless we're talking about trying to add more sites or something like that. Is that, I don't know if that's what Kavika's trying to get at, or that we haven't that this HCP isn't pursuing all like potential mitigation options.
Well, I guess I'm just structurally wondering if these should be arranged in the mitigation section and the minimization section. I don't want to lose. I just don't want to lose the mitigation part of it. Maybe it's in here already, and I'm just not seeing it because the letters are really small and everything's squished together. But I'll make sure we don't lose sight of that.
And then for 14, we had Kavika's example of minimizing all medium and high risk spans. Since we did look at the blue light, I added on as another example, pursuing different lighting that has a lower blue light content. I just want to verify that that's okay with the committee.
I mean, based on what Michelle said, I'm not up on the literature on blue light, and seems like Michelle may have different information than Dave Hinken. And so, I mean, it seems like some of the topics that we're discussing in number 13 would maybe be related to dimming lights or other things. So I mean, I feel like I need I need number 13 to happen before I'd be really specific in number 14.
Makes sense.
I struggle with that. So I'm not familiar enough, for me, the thinking the blue light part should be in there. I need to look into that further. And yeah, I think understanding what is practicable based on the county and other regulations is an important piece of that.
You could keep that part in because he wants that though.
Hey Karen, on that one, I do want to be clear here. Like I generally agree with David Hankin in the sense that there's no indication that the blue light recommendation is harmful. I just would not be able to say, based on what I know right now, clearly that would likely reduce take. Now, based on what he said, I'm happy to have our folks go back and take a look at it again for sure. And not dismissing anything in the record, because we should always keep evaluating this based on what's best available, right? But like, for example, even if based on what I know right now, even if KIUC did this, I wouldn't necessarily recommend reducing the take as a result of it. Like I wouldn't have enough information to be able to recommend that they reduce the take associated with the HCP based on this. I don't think.
Mm.
And therefore, if we're talking about lighting recommendations, I would always go down the road of things that we know work first at reducing take. So like if things were not shielded, shielding them, not putting up new lights in areas that are currently dark, thinking about dimming, thinking about all those kind of things. Things that we know have meaningful opportunities to reduce take.
That makes sense.
I don't know if that helps or not. Okay.
We're gonna move on. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. All right. Back to this is now number 19. Okay. Adaptive management steps should include language like implement alongside the current wording. We have some other information there, just checking if that is worded to your liking.
And
That's possible in some areas, possible in others.
sorry, can you say that one more time?
That's possible in some areas. So, if, you know, for ESRC, there must be the recommendation for every. But not that.
You're a little broken up, Michelle. Do you guys,
No, I don't hear it either.
You can't hear either? Okay.
Yeah, bad copy.
No.
It sounds gargled, Michelle.
Okay, hang on. Better or worse?
It sounds a little better.
Okay. I think the challenge for this one is that it's possible to do that in some aspects of the adaptive management of the adaptive management program, but
Can't hear.
You're still gargled, I'm sorry. Okay, she's going and come back. Once we're done going through these recommendations, we're gonna go back and Kavik, I don't know if we want to just vote on each one and say we're okay with it to move forward, or if we're gonna just vote on the whole slide to move forward as we're kind of basically agreeing as we go through here. But once we're done, we'll talk about that. If we want to go through each one of these.
Where did we put the recommendation that I came out of executive session with? Is that in here?
We have not put that in here yet, so that's going to be last. Once we're done going through this, we'll add your recommendation.
Okay. Well, when it comes to voting, seems like maybe that one should be first.
Okay. We can do that.
And then we know how to contextualize everything else. That's why.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's back with us.
Getting her video on.
What happened? Did Michelle log off and back on?
Yeah, she's just logged back on.
I don't know if that makes it any better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very nice.
Okay. Perfect.
So if you want to, there you go.
I think what I was saying on number 19 is just that may be possible on some aspects of the adaptive management program, but not others. So I don't know if ESRC wants to get into the weeds and like go through it all, but there is some context there. For example, let's say an adaptive management trigger is that there is a line where take is higher than was expected. The response might be to do additional minimization on that line. Again, I'm just making this scenario up off the top of my head. That may not be feasible to implement before the next breeding season. Or maybe adaptive management would necessitate expanding a site or getting a new site, and it may not be possible to do that but between that and the next breeding season. So I do think that there's some nuance here, and I think it's fine as a general recommendation, but it may not be possible across the board.
Yeah,
as written.
Right. And for those ones that it may not be possible, maybe it's that we can have some sort of implementation plan for those, at least like, hey, this is how we can possibly implement it, but there's may not be completely time bound for those because of uncontrolled things in the background. But there are some that could have implementation plans and or time bound stuff like a predator control activity or something like that.
Sure.
So yeah, I hear you on that one for sure. So
is the committee satisfied with the wording for 19 before we move on?
adaptive management steps should include language like implement alongside current wording. We have to have something like because yeah. I don't know. I'd have to think of that wording.
This needs to be addressed on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, there you go. Case by case.
So then is that second part of B, for example, but not, I mean, that's, but not a, right, you're not recommending that everything is going to have to be implemented by the next breeding season, but that's like an example of how it could be done.
Yeah, maybe we can move, this needs to be addressed on a case by case basis as a letter C. So step 1 should specify language that supports immediate implementation of adaptive management measures. B, this should include timelines for plans to address issues to implement by the next breeding season on a case by case basis. Yeah, really, that one, maybe that should go up there on B. Just because we know that there's some measures.
Yeah, it's not always.
Yeah. So I'll wait till Jesse's done writing, but I have a concern about this one. You good? Oh, so Melissa Price in the last meeting, one of the things she was really concerned about was the non-committal language when it gets to adaptive management. And I believe the applicant's response was, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And then we get in this loop where we don't want to get to a point and then enter into discussions. We want to have something concrete now. And I'm worried that this keeps us in this is keeping us in the space of not having a plan for what to do. Just as soon as we get into something, we're gonna start talking. Or am I not reading this right?
No, I think you're reading it right. And I think we would have to go through each one of the adaptive management measures and decide which ones could have implementation right away and which ones could possibly just have an implementation plan provided. And so I would have to go through each one of those adaptive management measures to be able to associate which one we may need a timeline and which ones can't have a timeline. But so that I think that's
kind of a staff recommendation then.
That's could be a staff recommendation. I think that we've actually already done that, to tell you the truth. We have that.
Can we just adopt it?
What's
sorry, Kavika, did we what?
Well, if you've already done it, can we look at that or say, yeah, do that?
It's in a track changes format.
Yeah, it's in a track change format. We would like to be able to provide that to you guys, not right here.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should have a time and space to look at that.
Yep.
I don't know what's the best pathway, but we've already done the work. We don't need to do it again.
Yep. There could be some minor updates to it a little bit, but I think we did a majority of it.
Sounds good.
Sorry, we'll have this as a staff only recommendation, but staff to present changes proposed in recommendation 19 to the committee at next ESRC public meeting. Very good. All right, so we are now on to the other comments, and then we'll wrap this up with adding Kavika's comment at the very top of the list. So if we could just go through these real fast. We did receive support from you folks for these to be incorporated, ingested into the recommendations that we currently have. So I just want to get the wording down on these to a point where you folks are satisfied.
This one combines with I think it's the new number 15 we made. Is that accurate?
That feels correct, yes. I could add it on to the number 15 we have.
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
I like our wording in 15 better because moderate can be interpreted many different ways. I'd like it to be clear that it's midpoint.
Okay. That works.
Okay. So we are now on to sea turtles. So looking at 21 for sea turtles, this one might need some rewording. The wording's a little clunky, so
Again, if the take is more than one per year, they would be an exceedance of their take request,
correct.
which would necessitate an amendment.
So perhaps we just started at if an agreement is reached with county and state on practicable lighting minimization, KIUC will install practicable light minimization techniques within a time frame agreed upon by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DOFA, and DAR.
Sorry, I'm thinking about Michelle's comment and wondering if cases like that, it's worthwhile to suggest some steps regardless, or does it just reset at that point? How do we usually handle things like this?
Yeah, I think it's an amendment. That's how we normally handle it.
Yeah, but in the case of an amendment being necessitated, I'm wondering if it's worthwhile for there to be some suggestions on the table about what to do instead of starting the conversation from zero. Or is that kind of beyond the purview of what an HCP is?
So, and actually, y'all, I'm so sorry. I have to amend my statement here. I looked back at the HCP. The requested take is 50 nests, up to 50 nests over the course of 50 years could result in misorientation or disorientation. So it's not the one, there would not be that's an average of one per year, but if there was more than one per year, that would be grounds for adaptive management. Okay, so there should be an adaptive management trigger of if you are seeing misorientation or disorientation in more than one nest per year, then there should be an adaptive management trigger in there.
Okay. Do we say an average of more than one nest per year? Like what if we get to year 7 and there's 4 nests, but nothing before that? What do we do?
I think it depends on the wording of the statement, but
yeah, so I'm just wondering if we should say average or that just might help put some
average, yeah.
rails on it.
or a rolling average. That's how we do it for some of our other things.
Shouldn't there be an amount of years considered for the rolling average, or?
Yeah, I think that we normally do either 3 or 5.
Whatever's standard.
5-year rolling average is what we use.
There it is. Perfect.
Like,
Just
Go ahead.
how do we all feel with number 21 now?
I'm good.
That works for me also.
Very good. We'll move on to 22.
I think this one, I'm going to go back to the earlier point of I'd like to hear more from DAR on this, or I maybe request that DAR get with KIUC on this. I think we need more information. And again, this goes back to, is this in lieu of what what KIUC currently has in the HCP for mitigation, or is this in addition to, and how does it all work out together?
This is additional, and we spoke to DAR this morning.
Okay.
And, they shared that they can work together with us to develop some steps on how this would unfold.
Okay, so what's the action there, Jason?
Do you remember the exact thing that she said when after this has moved on?
Okay.
Are you guys gonna meet? Is that?
We are going to need, it would be a meeting with ourselves, our sister division, DAR, and then Fish and Wildlife Service, potentially NOAA, if there's a nexus with those folks. And then we could flesh this out a bit more, come back to the committee with our findings from those conversations.
So this seems like an agency recommendation, yeah, I don't think anything can be recommended to the licensee.
If there's nothing else for 22, we'll move on to 23. I know Kavika wanted some specific wording.
If you just change the word site to seabird colony and their habitat, it's a little bit more specific and targeted.
Janet, sorry.
Very, very good. Unless you folks had anything else, we'll
go to number 1.
Go to number 1.
The new number 1 or the old number 1?
We're making a new number 1.
All right. given that I've already stated it, you want me to cut and paste that into the chat so you can just put it in there?
Yes, please.
Is that okay, Danica? Sunshine Law?
No, Danica's not here right now, but
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure since I've already stated it, I can just,
yep.
for ease of everything. One moment. Almost there. Chat. Hopefully that'll fit. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do it paragraph by paragraph. That's too big.
I have it right here. Let's see if I can send this to Jesse. Oh,
is that preferable?
Hold on one second here. Chat. Paste. Enter. Send. Oh, it's too big.
Yeah, see. Yeah, I'm gonna put it by paragraph in the chat.
Okay.
Paragraph 1. Paragraph 2. Paragraph 3. There.
It's weird it came over so big.
I'm assuming I'm changing the pronouns from I to we.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Kavika, if I could ask a selfish question for my own learning, what does untenable mean?
Uh, like you can't plausibly achieve your goals as stated. It's my understanding of the word, at least.
Okay, thank you.
According to Google, not able to be maintained or defended against attack or objection.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Good. While Jesse's finishing up these recommendations, and once we have our slides and we're going to vote on it, I have a feeling that in a half an hour or so we're going to lose quorum. Do you guys want to continue forward with developing recommendations for the rest of the HCP, or want to pose questions about the final chapters, or do we want to just get these recommendations that we have done now, get them approved, and then we can schedule another meeting where we're all fresh again?
Yeah, I think the latter option, since this one might take some discussion and I don't want to lose quorum before we're done.
Yep. Okay. You're going to be known for the longest recommendation ever. That's okay.
Okay, good. Sound like you're judging me there for a minute.
Of course not.
Okay. Thank you, Kavika, for putting that into the chat. I had some notes, but it's much better when I just have the text. So thank you for doing that. So we have, after reviewing the current draft HCP, we have concluded that this draft HCP is untenable. The proposed take limits therein of more than 9,000 endangered seabirds per year raises substantial concerns regarding compliance with the net benefit standard under HRS 195D21 and 195D30, particularly when coupled with a 50-year permit term that introduces significant scientific, ecological, and management uncertainty for these long-lived and highly vulnerable seabird species. Based on this, and in accordance with HRS 195D21 through 195D23, including the statutory requirements that an incidental take license be supported by a habitat conservation plan that minimizes and mitigates impacts to the maximum extent practicable, and in accordance with HRS 195D30, which states the project's overall impact results in net benefit to the affected species, we recommend that the applicant revise and resubmit the draft habitat conservation plan. We recommend this revised draft HCP be based on substantially lower take levels that will allow the applicant to achieve net benefit within a permit term not to exceed 30 years. Furthermore, this revised HCP should be consistent with adaptive management principles as well as the best available scientific information. The committee provides the following recommendations to ensure that a 30-year HCP is biologically defensible, enforceable, and capable of achieving a true net benefit to the covered seabird species over the duration of the incidental take authorization.
All right, so we can go through one by one and just all provide their hands raised to say that they approved each recommendation. And if you guys would like to kind of go through the list, and we can do that. I think it would be the easiest way rather than just approving the whole slide. So would you guys be okay with, we'll just say number one and then, okay. Karen, everybody else okay with that? Do we lose Lisa? Lisa's here. There's Lisa. Okay. Okay, so number one. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3. We only have 3.
Karen and Michelle, are you abstaining?
I am abstaining.
I am saying,
sorry, although I have shared concerns with the 50-year plan and the take numbers, I need more information on the potential for minimization to be incorporated and how that would affect this.
Okay, well.
So I'm abstaining at that time.
while I agree with portions of this write-up as written, I cannot vote yes on this. I have to vote no.
No, I didn't vote yet. And let's kind of want to let's go through can we take a 10-minute break and we'll come right back. So 10 minutes. It's 2:09. We'll be back here at 2:19.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you guys.
Let's step back for a second. She's back.
She said.
We're back.
We're back.
We're gonna pull up the recommendation slide again.
It's your vote too.
Yeah. And before our break, we were going over the ESRC recommendations, and we were on number 1, and we had 3 people that wanted to push this forward. I'm going to abstain, but without further information on the practicability of the increased minimization, I'm gonna abstain today on the voting for pushing this recommendation forward. But I do support the intent of this recommendation in many different ways. And given that the take request that we have in this permit application is unprecedented, I just want to make sure that we proceed cautiously with making sure that this HCP is gonna, pass the red face test. So I'm gonna just abstain for this, but we do have enough votes to keep this on the recommendation slide. So we'll continue forward to number 2. And I gotta make sure I can see everybody. And with that, number 2 is show of hands for number 2.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Oh, yeah. 4 or 5 there. Yeah, I voted too.
Okay.
So
did we get a vote?
that's unanimous. Kavika voted.
Okay, very good.
Number 3. We want to vote on this. Number 3.
Did we freeze?
Nope. Okay, we got 1 hand. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, unanimous. So we're going on to number 4.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous. Okay, next.
Number 5, we struck.
We're struck. 6.
Sorry, number 6.
2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous. 7.
7 was struck.
7 struck. 8 struck. 9 struck. Well, is 9 struck although? Oh, okay, there's 9. Sorry.
Yep. So now we have a new. This is actually technically 7.
Yeah.
It's 6, 7.
Okay.
So new 7.
Include comprehensive care programs. 1,
Aye.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, sorry, is this the one where we're recommending that NTBG's vegetation management plan be used? Or is that a different one?
That's a different
Number
one.
8. So, number 8 is the
We're on number
MTG.
7. This is little fire ants, vegetation control.
I think NTBG's vegetative management plan would be the gold standard for this one as well. So I might suggest that we include that in the recommendation under 7B.
And I'm okay with that also.
Under 7B, sorry.
Okay. Everyone okay with 7? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. Number 8. Should address habitat. And yeah. Okay, unanimous. Number 9. One, 2, 3.
I'm gonna abstain on this one. I think I don't. I think this is a policy one that I can't weigh in on.
Okay. Number 10.
Is that all of 10 or is there something below that?
I think that's
Okay.
all.
Yeah, can you scroll down? Okay.
And KIUC agreed to that one already. But we can keep it and push it forward. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everybody. What are we on? 11?
11.
11.
This is a staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation for agenda item in the future. Committee will discuss lighting. Yes. Okay. 2. All right. Almost everybody. There we go. Everybody. All right.
Okay.
14.
12.
I'm sorry, 12 now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, okay. Accepted. 13.
I know that I'm out of turn, but just as a friend, number 12 references recommendation 13, which you've renumbered.
Oh, yes. Thank you, David. Let's see if
That's
that's,
Was it?
no.
it's, if you scroll up, you'll see it, or see it right at the end recommendation.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out which recommendation it's linked to. Sorry, my brain is like.
It now references number 11.
Thank you, David.
Right.
Where are we at now?
13.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, that one's staying. Think, Michelle, did you have something? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm abstaining from that one.
14.
14.
The old 18. What percentage of the total species?
Maybe highlight it. So we can...
Is everyone okay with 14?
So they need to add to that table or
That doesn't
add
seem
that
like a
to the
complete
text.
statement.
Yeah, does it start with add to the text or add to the table?
Sorry, are we on 14?
We're on 14. Add to table 5-8, what percent of the total species population within the conservation site? Okay. I think that's one, 2.
Sorry.
Okay, that one's staying. I know Lindsay, I don't see her, but oh, there she is. Okay, there's your hand. David Hank, when he spoke up, his camera moved in with all the rest of the ESRC members, so Lindsay's off to the side on my screen, so I apologize. 15. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 16. Where were we at? The
16.
17 is the new. Oh, 16 right there. Staff to present. This is a staff recommend.
Is it
Changed as well.
is it still
Oh, I
19?
got it. So I actually would prefer to abstain from 15, but vote yes on 16, and then to have us come back to 15 after the staff presentation.
So is 19 supposed to be 16 or 15?
Gosh.
Yeah, I believe 16 should reference recommendation 15. Or
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Did you vote?
Yep. 2, 3.
Sorry, we're on 16?
Yep. 4. Okay.
Okay.
That's everybody.
And you guys noted Michelle's change of her vote on 15?
Yeah.
You want to say it for the record? Or I guess it doesn't.
Or we're just pushing
Yeah.
recommendations forward, so this is not a
Formal vote.
formal vote. Although we're being very formal.
17.
17.
Sea turtles.
I'm okay with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Awesome. 18.
Staff recommendation for 18 folks.
So, yep. Okay, great. That's moving forward. And lastly, 19, Upper Limahuli. Okay, that's almost everybody. So we will save this recommendation. I think that's it for the recommendation slide. Thank you, everyone. I know this was a tough one. And with that, we still need to see if there's any comments from the public on Zoom or YouTube or email. And we're going to just check that really quick. And while we're doing that, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to make a comment at this time? David Hankin, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I don't want to add to the length of the meeting, but I did want to, first of all, express appreciation to the Endangered Species Recovery Committee for continuing to make sure that these plans are based on good science. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that were made about the minimization and mitigation measures that were discussed in the draft environmental impact statement. I think the fact that they were flagged in a draft environmental impact statement is really sort of irrelevant to the scientific issue of whether there are additional practicable measures that can be taken to minimize the amount of take and then mitigate any unavoidable take. And so the draft environmental impact statement says that both the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Division of Forestry and Wildlife concluded that there are additional measures that KIUC could take that are practicable. And so I think the prior recommendation that was revised and not adopted, that KIUC should have to justify why it's not practicable to implement those minimization mitigation was the correct recommendation. You're just incorporating by reference the numerous take minimization and mitigation measures that were listed in the draft EIS, but as a factual matter, the agencies found that they were practicable. So I do think that that was an appropriate thing. You've now revised that, so you'll be looking for additional take minimization. That's good. You should also, before approving any HCP, make sure that it has all practicable take mitigation. we'll look forward to continuing to participate in these discussions. Again, we appreciate very much everyone's efforts. So thank you.
Thanks, David. When you said something got deleted, I don't have it in my mind that we deleted something. What do you, is there a particular number that you're talking about, or was something there that's completely gone now? I wonder if it got edited out or deleted, or I'm not quite sure if I'm following.
Sure. So originally in the staff memo for this meeting, it was listed all the things that were going to be action items for this meeting, and I'd have to pull that up to make sure they have it. But it, it was the one that originally said that referenced the. Okay, you're going to pull up the memo. That would be great.
Yeah, he wants the submittal.
I mean, I can find it, and I'm not sure if I can share it, but anyway, so the original, the one that was the submittal, I think it was, the number originally was items 13 and original 13. So referring to the draft EIS, again, there was concerns raised, NEPA is different than the ESA or what have you. I don't think that's relevant. They're just referring to a document that in alternatives, not options, but alternatives C and D, identified specific measures. So in alternative C, it was take minimization measures. And in alternative D, it was take mitigation measures that both agencies found were practicable. And that's why they were included as things to consider in the draft EIS. And our comment back in December that was added here for discussion was that KIUC should have to justify if it can't do any of those measures. There are very specific measures, so for example, with take in alternative D, it was additional mitigation would be expanded ungulate control, expanded predator control, regional barn owl control, things like increased funds to their mitigation programs. And if the agencies thought that was practicable, because as we all know, there's going to be a huge amount of take with this operation. If there's practicable mitigation as a matter of law, if as a matter of Chapter 195D and the ESA, if as a factual matter there is practicable mitigation, those must be adopted. And under Alternative C, they talked about a variety of additional power line minimization measures. With respect to lighting, it was dimming the lighting by 15%, which, as Michelle Bogardus previously stated, and there's peer-reviewed papers about that, as well as KIUC's own data, that dimming will reduce the amount of the take. Those were in Alternative C, and none of those are currently in the draft HCP. And so anyhow, that's what I'm saying. There are specific things that, yeah, they happen to be in a draft EIS, but that's sort of just a convenient place to look for them. They are, as a factual matter, available. The agencies have found they're practicable, and therefore, as a matter of law, they have to be included in the HCP for it to be legal. So that's my comment with respect to that. So that's what was deleted. That was taken out because there were concerns about referring to the draft EIS. I don't understand that concern. It's just referring to a document that exists that states some facts. For number 14, we continue to believe that these are practicable minimization, but I understand that the ESRC would like to have a presentation, a meeting devoted to basically what type of, particularly with respect to street lights or other outdoor lighting, what you can require. I think you will find that there are no state laws and that there is no County of Kauai law. So there's no reason why you can't do this. And as discussed, there's no contract or any other reason why it's not practicable. So I hope you'll come to that conclusion.
Thank you, David. So Jason and Jesse, what's 13 here? What is that? Where is that mirrored in our current recommendation number?
I'm going to pull that up for you right now, Kavika.
I remember thinking it was a good idea when earlier in the day. I didn't catch it that it fell out. Does anybody remember why it's not there anymore?
We morphed it into our current number 12. We still have it on here as struck out. We morphed it into current number 12. I believe there was, discussion from Michelle that kind of led us along this road, perhaps.
Hey everybody, I'm so sorry. I had to step away for a second. And David, I apologize. I did not hear everything that you just shared. But this was edited at my request. There's a difference in the purposes of what we include in NEPA alternatives versus what we would include in HCP alternatives. And while we did look at what we considered to be feasible for the purposes of NEPA alternatives in the NEPA analysis, again, that is a NEPA document for Fish and Wildlife Service, and it is a HEPA document for the applicant, right? But KIUC did not review feasibility. I do not want to speak to its practicality of actually being implemented as part of the overall conservation program. I think it conflates and complicates how we might view practicability for what is in the NEPA alternatives, and it is just much cleaner to say, if there is things that are practicable, KIUC should be considering them, because they may have a greater list. There may be a greater list than what was in those NEPA alternatives. Also, what is in those NEPA alternatives may not actually be practicable once there is a site-by-site, span-by-span understanding of what it is.
DOFAW, do you folks have any opinion?
My opinion is I'd like to think about this a little bit more. I mean, this is just a recommendation slide for this meeting. If we want to add another recommendation on here at a later time, we can. So I'm hearing, I like our recommendation 12. I think it kind of covers it, but we're gonna be doing a little bit more in-depth research and discussion, so it may come back as a recommendation. So anybody else in the ESRC? If not, we have one hand up from the public.
Let me just say, I'm inclined to somehow thread the needle while addressing both concerns we just heard, both from ESRC member Michelle and public testimony David. But I'm also mentally exhausted, so I'm not sure I could thread the needle right now myself.
David, did you have something to share real quick?
Yeah, real quick. So I think the way that it was worded in the staff submittal actually does thread the needle. So the way that it was worded in the staff submittal is that the alternative C and D in the draft EIS, and again, that's just the document where they're found, should be considered. That's the recommendation. And then it said, if feasible, the law requires KIUC to pursue these options. So as I read it, it was a recommendation to say, these have been identified, they must be considered. And basically the burden is on the applicant to explain why, after the agencies felt that they were feasible, why they couldn't be done. So I think the recommendation as proposed did a good job of threading the needle. It didn't say you absolutely must do these things, but KIUC at the December meeting said it had not evaluated these options. And so that the recommendation was, well, you should. And I think that's the right move, legally and from a policy standpoint.
Don't get mad at me, but I tend to agree.
Okay, well, we have this recommendation. It's not off the books. We're not gonna. We can amend 12 to make it a little bit more robust if you guys want, and then we need to push forward here.
Yeah, I think then this is the comment I had when I was very low on blood sugar before I ate lunch. But I mean, it's always minimization and mitigation. And we always need to keep those two things in mind, and then somehow this one just morphed to one of them. I think we just need balance, and we're supposed to be assessing for both these factors, and I think they should both be included.
My suggestion might be to take our current wording of 12 and then identifying after where it says minimizing all medium and high risk spans, say comma and other options identified in the NEPA-HEPA analysis. I don't know if that threads the needle for you, Kavika.
I just want there to be both minimization and mitigation. I don't want to see why we should cut out mitigation. And so far, you okay with just include something about mitigation?
Yep. We'll add that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, remove 16.
Mitigation related to lighting, Kavika, is that the lighting mitigation? Or just generally?
Take mitigation, taking and
Thank you, Lindsay. We're gonna finish with this vote real quick, and then we'll be done. If you can hang out for just 2 more minutes. Is this number 12 look okay to everyone? Maximum extent practical 4 minutes. No, that's good.
good for me. Thank you.
Should be a noun.
I can live with that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Also works for me. Sorry, I have to be off camera.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Lindsay. Yep. Leave it. Save. There might be a couple little words here and there we have to. All right, guys. We have our recommendations set. So with that said, and we don't, well, I'm gonna see if there's any other comments from the public since we were working on that last one. We're just gonna look online real quick. Nothing in Zoom. All right, you guys.
So I'd love to do a motion to adjourn. Can I just clarify when our next meeting is?
Do that right now. So
You read my mind, Kika.
Perfect.
Our next meeting is scheduled for March 12th. And this will be additional review for KIUC. KIUC will be the only item on the docket, besides meeting minutes approval.
And just
Don't we have a meeting before that, but not a KIC meeting? Am I wrong?
jump in. We have a meeting on Thursday, February 26th.
Okay.
Regarding another actually licensee amendment plan.
And additionally, the week before March 12th, we'll have our ESRC FY25 annual review on the 5th and 6th.
and we'll get an email out to you guys with all that information together, just so you have it in one spot. Although it should be on the calendars already. Yeah.
On the calendars, my calendars are very crowded though.
We'll get the team to send out a little schedule of meetings coming up and make it a little bit easier. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, we're going to take a vote. All those in favor say aye or raise their hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, vote is unanimous. The time now is 2:51. I really appreciate all your guys' help and dedication to the ESRC, and have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha.